দিদি নমস্কার।
Namaskar. Good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Or it is good.
Sir, নমস্কার।
Good noon.
আমাদের স্পিকার দেবীপ্রসাদ সরকার জয়েন করেছেন। প্রফেসর।
নমস্কার।
স্যার নমস্কার। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, মানে আপনি প্রথম থেকে জয়েন করে গেছেন।
অনেকদিন পরে দেখলাম স্যার।
আমারও অনেক মুখ, সুজাতা, অনেকেই আমি চেনা, সোমনাথ দা, অনেকেই চিনি।
দিদি ভালো আছেন?
হ্যাঁ, সব ভালো আছি প্রকাশ বাবু।
হ্যাঁ, আচ্ছা।
Good morning, Professor Sarkar.
Good morning.
Sarkar, good morning.
Very good morning.
Professor, good morning.
Good morning.
Professor.
শুভব্রতদা কিছু বলতে চাইছেন? শুভব্রতদা
না, ওর এটা করা হয়নি, আগে হাত দেখিয়েছিলেন, পরে ওটাকে আর করাননি।
হ্যাঁ, এই তো খুলেছেন। শুভব্রত কিছু বলছেন। শুভদা, হ্যাঁ, ভালো আছেন তো?
ভালো আছো? বহুদিন সবাই একসঙ্গে দেখতে পেলাম, খুবই ভালো লাগছে।
Upasana, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
So let's start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Before we start, there is a small announcement to all the participants. Please mute your microphone as well as put off your videos if possible.
Including me, Upasana.
Sir, if you want, you can please put on your videos. You can put on your videos.
No, sir, keep your video on.
No, sir.
Mute your microphone, sir.
You are attraction today. So
yes.
keep your video on, sir.
You can keep your video on, sir.
Your presence is very encouraging.
Okay, Upasana, carry on.
Participants.
Upasana, carry on.
Okay. Once more, good afternoon, everybody. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, sir, as inaugurator and chief patron of our today's webinar. Professor Satyajit Saha, sir, Dean Faculty of Science, as patron of our today's webinar. Our registrar, sir, Dr. Jayanta Kishore Nandi, as our special guest of today's webinar. Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, sir, Director DD and former Professor of Department of Human Physiology, as our special guest. All our eminent speakers, Professor Deviprasad Sarkar, Senior Professor, Department of Biochemistry, University of Delhi, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay, former outstanding scientist, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, Professor Manoj Kumar Chakrabarti, sir, Asutosh Mukherjee Fellow, NICET, Kolkata, all our learned delegates and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of our organizing committee, Department of Human Physiology, in a national webinar on post-independence era of research in health sciences in India. Today, we have all gathered here to exchange emerging scientific ideas among us in celebration of 75 years of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Hope this webinar will give us a platform to fulfill the demand of our young minds. Nowadays, we are going through a very crisis period. Let us pray before Almighty that may the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of self-realization. In this regard, I would like to request our beloved Madam Dr. Sumana Circle to grace this occasion with a beautiful inaugural song. Madam, over to you.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and visible too.
Thank you. ধন ধান্যে পুষ্টি ধরা আমাদের বসুন্ধরা, তাহার মাঝে আছে দেশে সকল দেশের সেরা। খুশি স্বপ্ন দিয়ে তৈরি সেজে পৃথিবীর ঘেরা, এমন দেশটি কোথাও পাবে না তুমি। সকল দেশের পানি সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি। চন্দ্র সূর্য তারা কোথায় উজ্জ্বল এমন ধারা, এমন খেলে তরি এমন কালো মেঘে, তার পাখির ডাকে ঘুরিয়ে ঘুরি পাখির ডাকে জিভে। এমন দেশটি কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না গো তুমি। সকল দেশের নারী সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি। এত স্নিগ্ধ নদী কাহার কোথায় এমন ঘুরে, কোথায় এমন হরিত ক্ষেত্র আকাশ এমন ধানের ওপর ঢেউ খেলে যায় বাতাস কাহার দেশে। এমন দেশটি কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না গো তুমি। সকল দেশের রানী সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি। পুষ্পে পুষ্পে ভরা সাথী, কুঞ্জে কুঞ্জে গাহে পাখি, গুঞ্জরিয়া আসে বলি কুঞ্জে কুঞ্জে তারা ফুলের ওপর ঘুমিয়ে পড়ে ফুলের মধু খেয়ে। এমন দেশটি কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না গো তুমি। সকল দেশের রানী সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি। ভাইয়ের মায়ের এত স্নেহ কোথাও গেলে পাবে কেহ, তোমা তোমার চরণ দুটি বক্ষে আমার ধরি। আমার এই দেশেতে জন্ম যেন এই দেশেতে মরি। এমন দেশটি কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না গো তুমি। সকল দেশের রানী সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি, সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি।
to you, ma'am, for this beautiful performance. Thank you for adding glory to this session, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Now, 21st century is the era of biology and its allied sciences, we know. In this context, let us have the pleasure of listening to the opening remarks of our organizing secretary of today's webinar, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sinha, Assistant Professor, Department of Human Physiology. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
You're audible and visible too.
Okay. Very good afternoon to each and everyone who are present today in this auspicious day. I am highly honored and feel privileged to have been given the opportunity to address everyone on this webinar in the celebration of 75th years of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The prime motto of this webinar is to encourage all the students, research scholars, and other participants about the research in health and sciences in such pandemic conditions. The title of the webinar will focus on the topic, the post-independence era of research in health and sciences in India. It will include more issues and solutions to address the full aspect of health sciences research in these present situations. It is a moment of extreme pleasure to welcome all the delegates, guests, faculty members, research scholars, students from the university, from this university, as well as from other universities, colleges, and also from the other academic and research institutions who are present here to attend this webinar. On behalf of the Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, I offer my heartfelt regards to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, for giving the permission to arrange such webinar today. I convey my regards to the patron of this webinar, Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean, Faculty of Science, Vidyasagar University. Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence today. We would like to extend a special welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Tapun Kumar De, Dean of Arts and Commerce, Vidyasagar University, for accepting our invitation and coming over here. We are also very much thankful to today's special guest, Dr. Jayanta Kishore Nondi, Registrar, Vidyasagar University, for accepting our invitations. Welcome, sir. At the same time, we are also privileged to our another special guest, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, Director, DDE, and former Professor, Department of Human Physiology, for his elegant presence. Heartfelt welcome to you, sir. I am also extremely thankful to today's chairpersons of the technical sessions, Professor Somnath Roy, Founder, Head, and former Professor of our department. Welcome, welcome, sir. I extend my warm welcome to all three eminent speakers of today's webinar. I find immense pleasure in introducing Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Senior Professor, Department of Biochemistry, University of Delhi, South Campus, New Delhi, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay, CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow, and former outstanding scientist, Director level, and Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. And Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, Sir Asutosh Mukherjee Fellow, DST ISKA, and former Director in Charge, NICET Kolkata, for their glorious presence today. Welcome to all of you, sir. I wish this webinar enlighten us all from every corner and provide us with approaches to deal with the problems of tomorrow. Thank you to everyone who made this webinar successful with their opinions and views. Welcome all of you again, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I now request our present head of the department, Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh, as well as convener of our today's webinar, to address our esteemed participant.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vidyasagar University and Chief Patron, all other guests and eminent personalities and today's speakers, my colleagues, students, and my dear friends. A very good afternoon to all of you. We are happy to organize today's webinar as a part of the celebration of 75 years of Indian independence, and it is just prior to the celebration of 73rd Republic Day of India, another glorious occasion for our nation. Azadi, or the independence of India, occupies a very special place in the core of the heart of every Indian. And we all have a special emotional attribute for it, a real feeling of Amrit. This memorable event of celebration has given us the opportunity to look back and walk around our contributions and achievements in the 75-year-long journey of independence. In terms of adoption of science and technology in our life, how much progress we have made. As per the vision of Swami Vivekananda, if we are to live at all, we must be a scientific nation. Intellectual power is the force. On the other hand, as we are talking about health sciences here, it attracts major attention and top priority in academics and research all over the globe, as health is a fundamental right of an individual. In Kobiguru Rabindranath Tagore's words, the emancipation of our physical nature is in attaining health, of our social being in attaining goodness. Health sciences include cooperative approach of a number of disciplines to provide health care to living beings through the application of knowledge of science, engineering, and technology. Since 2020, due to COVID pandemic, research in health sciences has reached a height of prominence all over the world, and India is not an exception to that. We are proud to have three eminent scientists of international repute as speakers today, who have led the arena of Indian science for more than last 3 decades with their sincere and devoted works in the field of health and biomedical sciences. I pay my sincere gratitude to them. I wish all the participants to get enriched by today's talks, wishing all of you a great and very rewarding session ahead. All of you stay safe and healthy with all your beloved ones. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thought-provoking speech. Now may I request our Professor Sujata Maiti Chaudhary, madam, joint convener of our today's webinar, to address our esteemed participant of the webinar.
Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is an initiative of the Government of India to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of progressive independent India. Through this Mahotsav, India is celebrating the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements. Today, we are organizing a webinar on post-independence era of research in health sciences in India, with the name of this Mahotsav to commemorate 75 years of independent India. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, eminent speakers of this webinar, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, eminent senior professor, University of Delhi South Campus, New Delhi, former director of Aizar Mohali and Bhatnagar IOD, Professor Amitabu Chattopadhyay, former outstanding scientist and Bhatnagar IOD, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee Fellow, DST ISKA, and Deputy Director of NICET, ex-Deputy Director and Director level scientist of NICET, and former General Secretary of Indian Science Congress, Dr. Jayanta Kishore Nandi, Registrar of Vidyasagar University, Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean of Science, Vidyasagar University, Professor Tapan Kumar De, Dean of Arts and Commerce, Vidyasagar University, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, Director, Distance Education and former Professor of Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, Professor Somnath Roy, the chairperson of the technical session of this webinar, and former Professor of Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, convener of this webinar, Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh, HOD of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sinha, Assistant Professor, Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sumona Sorkel, Assistant Professor, Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, Director, Computer Center, and officers and faculty members of this university, staffs, research scholars, students of Vidyasagar University, and our participants from different research institutes, colleges, and universities. I convey very warm wishes on behalf of my department and university. At the moment of India's independence, the value of public health was deeply contested. The serious crisis of the 1940s, with the massive influx of refugees during and after partition, revealed the fragility and weakness of India's health infrastructure. India's share in the global burden of diseases is quite significant. Nobel laureate Amartya Sen once said, India cannot become a global economic power with an uneducated and unhealthy workforce. Health research plays an integral part in science and academic innovation in healthcare, but the availability of funds for health research in India is meager. I like to mention some pioneer health and medical research centers in India before the independence and after independence. Before independence, Indian Research Fund Association, IRFA, in Bombay, established in 1911, then redesignated as Indian Council of Medical Research in 1949. National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, School of Tropical Medicine, Kolkata, 1921, All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Kolkata, 1932. After the 20 years of independence, there are different research institutes which promoted health and biomedical research in our country. That are Vallabhbhai Patel Institute, Chest Institute, Delhi, Indian Cancer Research Center, Mumbai, Central Leprosy Training Research Institute, Singlepet, National Tuberculosis Institute, Bangalore, PG Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh, National Institute of Communicable Diseases, Delhi, National Institute of Occupational Health, Ahmedabad, All India Malaria Research Institute, New Delhi. These are the institutes after the 20 year of Indian independence. After that, many medical and biomedical research institutes in India and the different IITs, IIAs, and different university, private university also, and with the different international collaborator has contributed a lot in health research and public health. The different esteemed funding organizations after independence have promoted health research and development. Out of them, the ICMR New Delhi, the apex body in India for formulation and coordination on promotion of biomedical research, is one of the oldest medical research bodies in the world. CSIR India, DRDO India, the Ministry of Ayush. These are very pioneering funding organizations after independence which promoted health research and development. Researches on health sciences have gained increasing importance in India's national health policy as the country seeks to address the high burden of disease and its inequitable distribution, and embarks on an ambitious agenda towards universalizing healthcare. Today, we are very eager to hear the valuable lectures from our distinguished speakers about the post-independence era of health researches in India. Again, warm wishes and thanks to all.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable information regarding research and development. We are very much thankful to you. Now, as we all know that encouragement, enthusiasm, and excellency are the major aspects of any organization. And the person who values it and made it possible in our university is none other than our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Sibaji Pratim Basu. Now, I will request him to inaugurate this event and make it a successful one. Over to you, sir.
Professor Shuddhajit Shah, Dean of Science, Professor Papun Kumar De, Dean of Arts and Commerce, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Senior Professor, Department of Microbiology, Delhi University South Campus, Professor Amitabh Chatterjee, Outstanding Scientist, Director Level, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, Sri Ashutosh Mukherjee Fellow, EST, ISCA, NICET, Kolkata, Dr. J.K. Nodi, Registrar, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, Director, DDE and former Dean of the Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University. All other dear colleagues in the department, Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh, Head of the Department, Professor Sujata Maiti Choudhury, Dr. Shondeep Sinha, Dr. Shumana Shorkhel, colleagues from other departments, faculties from other institutions, research scholars, and my dear students. At the outset, let me express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the organizers, especially Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh and the organizing committee for inviting me to be present in today's webinar on post-independence era research in health sciences in India and inaugurate it. The webinar is a part of the year-long celebration of the 75th anniversary of Indian independence by our university. I wish it all the success, but at the same time, I'm feeling like a fish out of water since I'm a layman, I'm a social scientist who is now sitting in the company of renowned scientists assembled here as speakers and also as participants. So I beg your patience for bearing with me with the very brief talk that I will present before this August gathering. It would be befitting if I say a few words on our celebration plans, especially about the seminars and webinars organized centrally by the University Celebration Committee and also by different departments like this. In our university, we are not only commemorating some of the glorious moments of political struggles which contributed to our freedom on the 15th August 1947. These are very important, of course, but we are also trying to find out how and through what processes we as Indian nation have reached to our contemporary state, today's India. And to do so, we had to understand not only the development of 75 years since 1947, but also about the various developments that took place 75 or 100 years before 1947, which led to 1947. And to search it, we have realized that although we carry forward some great legacies of our ancient and medieval times, but today's India and Indians cannot be understood without understanding the advent and dominating effects of modern times and civilization, which we came into contact with after the coming of the British. Undoubtedly, the colonial rule was full of exploitation and oppression, against which the Indians have stood with arms, both with arms and also with non-violence from the late 18th century. But the colonial rule has also come. With the colonial rule also came the ideas and practices of modern education system. The new institutions of scientific research like Basu Institute, Cultivation of Science, Indian Institute of Science, etc., new religious and social reform movements, new art and literature, new drama and proscenium theatre, new sports, new cinema, new ideas about economics and commerce, new industries, and so on, came into existence. Following this line of our celebration, today's webinar on post-independence era of research in health sciences in India is a very pertinent one to uncover the post-independence development in this field. As you know, friends, health is considered as a fundamental right of every people in the Constitution of World Health Organization, and it also finds a place in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the United Nations. It has been the fundamental right to life. It has been fundamental. It is a fundamental right, rather, as right to life, which is enshrined in our Constitution of India in Article 21. Thus, the promotion of research in health sciences has got paramount importance in terms of investments in independent India. India also remained an integral part of the revolution in healthcare system that the whole world has witnessed with speedy strides in technological innovations as well as advancement. The increased longevity and improved quality of life of the human race in the present time has been the result of decades of medical research worldwide, where India also had played a very distinct role. Two important initiatives are to be mentioned here. First, Scientific Policy Research Resolution, which was passed by the Indian Parliament in 1958, with the aim of promoting scientific research in pure, applied, and educational fields. Secondly, another legislation which took place in 1983 was the Technology Policy Statement, which was enforced to promote the indigenous technology with the objective to ensure the adaptation of internal technological breakthroughs in agreement with the accessibility of resources and national priorities. Friends, I am sure all these issues will be highlighted in today's webinar, and all the participants will be indeed enriched after the deliberations of this internationally famed panel of distinguished speakers and the question-answer session that will follow after this. Once again, I wish it all the best, and without further ado, may I declare the webinar, today's webinar, inaugurated. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving a valuable insights on this national webinar. We are very much thank you for always inspiring hope among us. We are very much thankful to you for giving us this opportunity to conduct this seminar in this extreme crisis period also, sir. Now, may I request our Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Satyajit Saha, sir, as well as
Hey, Oppo,
Request to mute your microphone. It's a request to mute your microphone.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. May I now request our Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Satyajit Saha sir, as well as the patron of our today's webinar to say some few words to the participants.
Now, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to be a part of the national webinar organized by Department of Human Physiology of Vidyasagar University. Firstly, I like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, for encouraging us to organize such webinars. I like to thank our Dean of Arts, Professor T.K. De. I also like to thank Professor Prakash Chandra Thara, that is Director DD, and I also like to thank our Registrar, Dr. J.K. Nandi. Now, I welcome our distinguished speakers. Firstly, I welcome Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Senior Professor, Department of Biochemistry, University of Delhi. And we also know that Professor Sarkar is also from this Mindapur soil. So we are really feel proud that Professor Sarkar has given his consent to join in this particular webinar. I also welcome Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay, Senior Scientist, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. And finally, I welcome Professor Manish Kumar Chakraborty, sir, who is a Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee Fellow, NICET, Kolkata. I like to thank Head of the Department, Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh, for inviting me in this national webinar. I also like to thank all faculties of the Department of Human Physiology for their effort to organize such webinar. I welcome all the research scholars and participants to this national webinar. The title of the webinar is Post-Independence Era of Research in Health Science in India. Now, this national webinar is a part of celebration of 75 years of Indian independence. We all know at the time of India's independence, the literacy rate was just about 12%, and the lifespan a merely 32 years, poverty incidence rate of 80%, and a population of 340 million people. Not many imagined that in 70 years, the country would be a $1 trillion economy. This was possible for our insistence on using science and technology to build the nation. Just to support this last statement, that is the involvement of science and technology, we may take just the example of the pandemic situation, which started in 2020 March. Now, at the beginning, many critics said that India has a population of 140 crores. And hence, if we want to vaccinate all of them, it will take at least 10 years. But a major part of our population has been vaccinated. And this was possible as our infrastructure related to research in medical science is well advanced. Also, we have good quality of researchers and scientists doing a great job. So I hope our distinguished speaker also will enlighten on this. We are all eagerly waiting for their lectures, and I wish this national webinar to be a great success. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, sir. We also hope that this seminar will enrich us with valuable information. Now, I would like to request our Dean Faculty of Arts and Commerce and today's guest of honor, Professor Tapan Kumar De, sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, Dean Science, Professor Satyajit Saha, Registrar J.K. Nondi, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, Professor Somnath Roy, Head of the Department, and other faculty members of the department, the participants, and also the eminent speakers who will enlighten the topic of the seminar, Post-Independence Era of Research in Health Science in India. As I have nothing to say on this subject as a man of philosophy, I just want to take the opportunity to draw your attention regarding the ethical issues related to the development of the research in health science, not only in India, but all over the world. We all know that the research in health science has reached a remarkable point, and the fruit of this development we are enjoying through vaccination in this pandemic era. Yet, the development invites the ethical issues like organ transplantation, genetic engineering, neurotic science, etc. I hope that ethical issues also will be addressed by the eminent speakers side by side.
Now it's really a glorious moment to have with us our Registrar Sir, Dr. Jayanta Kishore Nandi, as our special guest. I'd like to request him to address the gathering and say some few words. Sir, over to you.
Hello. Hello.
You're audible, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Respected Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Tapan Kumar De, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Commerce, Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, Director of Distance Education, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay, Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, all heads of various departments, faculty members, officers, non-teaching staff members, organizing team members of this webinar, our other most valued invited guests, distinguished dignitaries, my dear students and research scholars, representatives of press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. It is an honor to stand before you as a special guest. I congratulate the whole team members including the founder of this webinar on post-independence era of research in health sciences in India for conducting such program during this pandemic period. 2020 and 2021 has been the most unprecedented year. No one anywhere in the world could have predicted the kind of havoc COVID-19 infection not just in distressing the health systems, but also challenging economic growth, industrial progress, and overall life and moral of the entire population. I'm not an expert in the field of health sciences, but the basic knowledge says there are two parts to health science: the study, research, and knowledge of health, and the application of that knowledge to improve health, cure disease, and understanding how humans and animals function. As we move into the new era of health sciences, it is becoming increasingly clear that the biomedical and biological sciences are entering in the most exciting phase of their development. In recent years, there have been calls to strengthen health sciences research capacity. This capacity can contribute to improvements in health, social welfare, and poverty reduction through domestic application of research findings. It is important to appreciate that considerable public doubt exists about both the activities and value of biomedical research. At the same time, many government departments that run national healthcare programs, the private sector, and many non-governmental organizations set aside extremely small fractions of their overall expenditure for research. For many of those organizations, research seems irrelevant as they deal with the stress of daily provisions of programs of healthcare and with crisis management scenarios that have to follow rapid change or major failures in providing healthcare. One of the major challenges for the biomedical research community will be to better educate the public about its activities and to restore their faith and support for medical research endeavor. Educating many governments and non-governmental organizations about the critical importance of decisions making based on scientifically derived evidence will be vital. Nowadays, India has demonstrated major achievements like the low-cost vaccine, which became part of the universal immunization program and has taken major steps towards development of vaccines for diseases like malaria, dengue, tuberculosis, and COVID-19. Those proves the right path of our research in health sciences. I'm requesting the research scholars, students, supervisors to do the best research in their own field of interest as well as the field of health sciences and provide the society some important and vital information about disease trends and risk factors, outcomes of treatment or public health interventions, functional abilities, patterns of care, and healthcare cost and use. I will not take much time to bore you further. I express my sincere thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries who have already joined and graced this occasion. And also I convey my sincere thanks in advance to those who will join later and will grace this auspicious occasion. I wish a grand success of this webinar. Thanks to each and everyone once again.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Yes, we are also going through a very crisis period. but we will soon get rid of this crisis period. Sir, we will definitely follow your instruction in the research lines. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, now.
Yeah. Now may I request Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, sir, Director, DDE, and former Professor, Department of Human Physiology, as well as special guest of our today's webinar, to say some few words to our participant. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, Dean of Science, Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean of Arts and Commerce, Professor Tapan Kumar De, and today's special guest, our Registrar, Dr. J.K. Nundi, and Head of the Department of Human Physiology and other colleagues, and distinguished speakers of today's webinar, all the participants, good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to mention that Professor B.T. Sarkar is present here in this meeting as a participant. She was former head of the Department of Human Physiology, and she was second Dean of Science of Vidyasagar University. Welcome, madam. At the outset, I wish to congratulate Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu for planning such series of webinars in the university, and those webinars are being held very successfully. And now the Human Physiology of Vidyasagar University has arranged this webinar, and I am thankful to the organizer for inviting me in this inaugural session. Now, I would like to mention that the topic which has been chosen by the organization is very much relevant in present day's perspective. We know that the world is going through a crisis of corona pandemic, and we are not happy now. We are suffering from asuk in Bengali, that both physically and psychologically people of the world are facing a crisis. But this arrangement of this seminar is very much relevant in this perspective, because you see, physiologist has the important role for combating such crisis situation. And not only that, the physiologists are taking the role in for the health aspects in this crisis period. So the physiologists throughout the India, including West Bengal, they are taking a major role for awareness of the people. That our registrar already mentioned, that the awareness to the people in this situation is very much important. So many physiologists of different institutes in West Bengal, they are arranging seminars, webinars, etc., for awareing the people in about this COVID-19 pandemic situation. Not only that, I can mention that one of the physiologists in West Bengal has written a big book in Bengali, that corona pandemic and its how it can be management of corona pandemic, and written in Bengali. Thanks to him, because it is one of the ways to aware the people about this about the health of this under this corona pandemic situation. So here a number of eminent speakers of international repute is present. They will discuss different health aspects which will be very much relevant for the progress of research in the post-independent era, and all the participants will be very much benefited, and hope they will gather some good experience with the discussion which will be going on just now by our eminent invited speakers. So thank you very much. I hope the webinar will be a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before ending today's inaugural session, I'd like to request our Joint Organizing Secretary of today's webinar, Dr. Sumana Circle, Madam, for vote of thanks.
Am I audible?
Ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, Upashana. A warm and graceful afternoon to all dignitaries assembled here. It's a privilege to propose a vote of thanks speech and acknowledge the contribution of those members who have made this program successful. On behalf of the Department of Human Physiology, Vidyasagar University, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, who is also the inaugurator and the chief patron of this webinar. Dr. Joyantokishore Nandi, our special guest and registrar, Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean of Science and patron of the webinar, guest of honor, Professor Tapan Kumar De, Dean of Arts and Commerce, and our special guest, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara, Director DDE and former professor of the department. Sincere thanks to the convener and the head of the department, Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh, joint convener, Professor Sujata Maiti Chaudhuri, and secretary, Dr. Sandip Kumar Sinha. A wide round of applause and thanks to all the esteemed speakers whose presence have made this event a memorable one. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Somnath Roy, founder member and former professor of the Department of Human Physiology. Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, Registrar Dr. Joyantokishore Nandi, Dean of Science Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean of Arts and Commerce Professor Tapan Kumar De, Director DDE Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara are our valued guests, and it is my privilege to offer thanks on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, such an event cannot happen overnight. Wheels start rolling round a month ago. It requires a planning and a bird's eye for details. We are fortunate enough to be supported by our esteemed colleagues and staff members, Ms. Upashana Chatterjee, who is also the anchor for this webinar, Mr. Moloy Nayak, and Mr. Hon'ble. Our one-day national webinar is Post-Independence Era of Research in Health Sciences in India, which is a part of our celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The cross-cultural exchanges between the people of India and their colonial rulers provides a fascinating insight into how these encounters shaped medicine and medical education in India. Given the backdrop of colonialism, the confluence of East and West was turbulent. In the 16th century, it was the Portuguese who introduced Western medicine in India. It is a privilege for our department to have three eminent scientists, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Professor Amitav Chattopadhyay, and Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, who will enlighten us about how medical sciences in India have developed post-independence. Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar is a recipient of the prestigious Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, and at present he is a senior professor in the department. The topic of the webinar is inspiring scientific role models in the position of present glorious achievement and era of health research in India. Our next speaker is an eminent Professor Amitav Chattopadhyay, is also a CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow and a scientist in the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. He will deliver a speech on the role of post-membrane cholesterol in pathogen entry, a tale of two pathogens. Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, who is Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee Fellow and Eisner Emeritus Scientist. He was also the director of National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Disease and was former General President of Indian Science Congress. He will enlighten us on the 75 years of independence and advancement of health research in India. While concluding my vote of thanks, I would like to thank all the respected representatives, our organizing teachers and staff members. I'd also like to thank the administration of Vidyasagar University and the Director, Computer Center for their technical support. Once a great man whispered, fill Showing thankfulness and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. A special thanks to Professor Chandradika Ghosh, the convener and the head of the department of our department, and she has assisted this webinar and has been a constant support for this particular webinar. I'll also like to take this opportunity to put my gratitude and extend my heartfelt honor to our Joint Secretary, Professor Sujata Maiti Chaudhary, and Secretary, Dr. Shodip Kumar Sinha. I convey my best wishes to Honorable Chief Guests, Guest of Honor, and special guests on behalf of our department for their gracious presence on this occasion. And I must not forget the volunteers and student teams who have contributed to organizing this webinar. Thank you all for making this event successful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the recognition you have given to us. And we are also thankful to you for your untiring efforts too. After this inaugural session, we will proceed to our next technical session. We are very much fortunate to have today with us our ex-professor, Dr. Professor Somnath Roy sir. He is the founder member of our Department of Human Physiology, as well as the former head. We are very much fortunate to have you, sir, today. The session will be chaired by our Professor Dr. Somnath Roy sir. And in this session, we will have the pleasure of listening to our three eminent speakers, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar sir, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay sir, Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty sir. The session will be chaired by Dr. Somnath Roy sir. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Upasana. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it audible?
Yes, sir. It is audible. You are visible too, sir. It is audible.
Good afternoon. Okay. We are thankful to Vice Chancellor Professor Sibaji Basu and to deans and registrars and others. So on the occasion of postgraduate independence in health science in India, we are going to start the scientific deliberations. In this session, three outstanding and internationally reputed scientists will deliver their valuable lectures. Today's three speakers are Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Senior Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Delhi, South Campus, New Delhi. Next speaker, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, CCMB, Hyderabad. And Professor Manoj Chakraborty, National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases, Kolkata. So I welcome and invite all the distinguished professors and speakers. I also welcome all the faculty members, research scholars, students, participants of our and other university in these scientific deliberations. So before going to the start this seminar, I must introduce our speaker, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar. Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar is an internationally acclaimed biochemist, immunologist, and virologist. He was the head of biochemistry and Dean FIAS at the University of Delhi, South Campus, and served as the director of ISAR Mohali from 2017 to 2019. He is renowned for his research on centivirus. He is an elected fellow of Indian National Academy of Science, National Academy of Sciences, and Indian National Science Academy. The Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, the apex agency of the Government of India for Scientific Research, awarded him the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, one of the highest Indian science award in the year 1998, for his contribution to the biological sciences. He received Excellence Teacher Award on service by the University of Delhi. Dr. Devi Prasad Sarkar graduated in chemistry in 1978, obtained master degree in biochemistry in 1980, and awarded BHU Gold Medal both from Benaras Hindu University. He secured a PhD degree for his thesis, Immunogenicity of Carbohydrate Determinants Mediated through Liposomes, Liposome-Mediated Drug Delivery, from Calcutta University in the year 1986. His postdoctoral studies were at the National Center for National Institute of Health, that is in short known as NIH, where he spent 2 years in the year 1986 to 88 as visiting fellow. Professor Sarkar's research on Sendai virus is known to have resulted in the development of reconstituted viral envelopes containing only the fusion proteins, and this is reported to have assisted in a more efficient gene delivery in therapeutic use. Along with Vijay Kumar, he demonstrated for the first time that HBX protein stimulated mitogen-activated signaling cascades in living animals. His research has led to several publications in prestigious international journals, multiple important patents, and featured lectures. He has also delivered several award orations, including the Professor B.K. Bachwat Memorial Lecture of the National Academy of Sciences, India in 2001, and the Platinum Jubilee Lecture at the Indian Science Congress in the year 2015. Professor Sarkar's illustrious academic career is decorated with several prestigious awards and achievements. He received the M. Srivastava Memorial Award of the Society of Biological Chemists, India in 2005, and the prestigious the J.C. Bose National Fellowship in the 2010. So, with these few words, I invite Professor D.P. Sarkar to start his scientific deliberation. Professor Sarkar, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Somnath Roy. At the outset, uttering from Upanishad, Tamaso ma Jatirgamaya, Asato ma Sadargamaya. Like, let the light of wisdom and knowledge remove the darkness of ignorance. আলোক, বিজ্ঞানের আলো, আমাদের জ্ঞানের আলো যেন আমাদের অন্ধকার, আমাদের অজ্ঞানের অন্ধকারকে যেন দূর করে, এই প্রার্থনা। And at the same time, our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vidyasagar University, respected Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, the Registrar Dr. J.K. Nandi, Professor Prakash Dhara, then the present head of the department, Professor Ghosh, Chandradeepa Ghosh, Professor Sujata Maiti Chaudhary, and many other distinguished our friends and dignitaries and the young colleagues, the young teachers of the university and the staff of the university and all the participants, and particularly my beloved dear students who are here from many places and many colleges under the university or maybe outside the university. So it's indeed a very, very rare privilege and honor to stand and initiate this very, very timely webinar of awareness. And that is the contribution of our previous or scientists, the leaders, the philanthropists, the educationists, the freedom fighters, the poets, in shaping the future and the present scenario of the extreme challenges a human civilization can be threatened. But friends, we are not afraid. We are not at all, we are little bit worried. As there is a word going on, and there is a word there that whatever the situation, हम लोग को परेशान कर सकते हैं, but हम लोग को पराजित नहीं कर सकते हैं. Nobody, nothing, no element in this world can defeat us. We may be little bit disturbed or maybe more disturbed. And the word which is in my heart and brain and blood, that which I have heard being one of the son of the soils of Midnapur, in a place called Nohari near Gadweta. And I had the rare privilege to be a student of Midnapur College in 1974-75 in chemistry honors for 1 year. So the blood is there, Midnapur, feelings, the nostalgic, the education, the wisdom of our village school teachers, which has totally mesmerized my childhood, my other path of trying to grow, trying to learn. And that is, in this world, is impossible. Things may appear sometimes tough, and which is the result of the today's scenario of this pandemic, which have been so many ways, so many platforms, it has been discussed and it has been tried to taken care of. So such an important nano is we cannot see it, invisible. It is invisible particle. Like we know the fate of tigers in Lalgarh or Sundarban, which you can see, but see the power of a tiny particle, and which is neither a dead, not alive. It is life only when it enters a life. It's a virus. So anyway, friends, we are very much used to all these things. But one thing I believe, that the shape of our country's science and technology, particularly with the emphasis which have been designed today, the physiology, and I will add here physiology and medicine. Physiology and medicines, they go shoulder to shoulder, as not only the Alfred Nobel dedicated his whole life's store assets to announce the Nobel Prize in physiology and medicine, along with so many other disciplines. And my biggest challenge today is kind of convince you, to kind of inspire you with my very little knowledge or little experience, which I tried to gather from a journey from my small village, Nohari, in 1958 to till then, via Gadweta College, Midnapur College, Banaras in the university, Calcutta University, and then finally my destination, my home, my third place of birth, the Delhi University South Campus. So I remember there are so many things, like one poem I remember composed by Kusum Kumari Das. আমাদের দেশে হবে সেই ছেলে কবে, কথায় না বড় হয়ে কাজে বড় হবে, মুখে হাসি বুকে বল তেজে ভরা মন, মানুষ হইতে হবে এই তার বন। লাস্ট স্ট্যান্জা, মানুষ হইতে হবে মানুষ যখন, কৃষকের শিশু কিংবা রাজার কুমার, সবারই রয়েছে কাজ এ বিশ্ব মাঝার। হাতে প্রাণে খাটো সবে শক্তি করো দান, তোমরা মানুষ হলে দেশের কল্যাণ। এই দেশের নয়, এখন হয়েছে এটা আমাদের পুরো ব্রহ্মাণ্ড, বিশ্ব, পুরো বিশ্ব, আমাদের ইউনিভার্স, আমাদের civilization, human civilization, along with the ecological situation, environment, we cannot ignore. So the whole world, the whole Prithvi, whole our is a, we have to uplift. We have to learn from the nature, and we have to see what is good and what is bad for us, and how we can utilize the situation along with our own need and the benefits without harming and without disturbing the dynamics of the ecosystem. Like, we are not alone, friends. The human civilization is not alone. Human civilization being threatened by many things, many times, by microbes, biological samples from invaders, and our the major things which we have learned, that to have the freedom. And that in this aspect, I will try to dedicate this my speech or my kind of discussion with you, having this such a benefit of the situation of a very, very large gathering of our listeners, the audience, that listen, the science, technology, philosophy, the literature, the humanities. As Professor Basu said, he may be a fish out of the pond. So my another challenge is to convince, or I'm sure Professor Basu is very, very knowledgeable, being in the field of economics. I have come to know, I met him earlier, but his thing is that he feels.
Could you please mute your microphone?
My whole thing is just to tell you a story. The story from before independence and after independence and the present situation. Friends, we are so fortunate that we are standing in a time just few days, only 2 days before the birth of a great leader, Netaji Subhash Bose, and our 73rd Republic Day, less than 24 hours from today. Such a juncture and such a kind of situation, the way the authorities and the organizers have arranged this webinar is very, very kind of very impressive and very need of the time. So, friends, my attempt here will be to respect, to salute those, not only from India, some of the personalities, even from international scenario, for which I will try to restrict in the physiology and medicine. So those fields, today, whatever we do, biotechnology, modern biotechnology, the communication skill, for which we are able to even now talk, we can see, we can interact in the, which you call it, of like online mode. I wish that I could have been there in the beloved Vidyasagar University, where I have visited many times since maybe last 20 years, and I have real thrilling memories and inspiration which I gathered from all the faculties and the leaders. So, Professor Basu, for you, I have a compliment that we have a from Sibaji, Professor Sibaji Basu, and originated from like our Subhash Basu. So Subhash Basu, now the leader of this place is Sibaji Basu. And then I try to fuse and try to correlate the contribution of the great scientist Einstein, energy to Tagore. And energy to Tagore means translation in the form of encouraging poems, which you all know that in Oikatan, Kaviguru's first word, Vipulaye Prithivir Kototuku Jani. So, friends, like without going into much of the introduction, give me a few seconds time to share my PowerPoint, which I've tried to make for last few days. So let me go to the my PowerPoint. I think it's about to come.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you okay, just see, let's wait. Now I think maybe I have to put it in the slide mode. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm audible to all of you, not everybody, if not everybody. So with this title in mind, and I know my time is, of course, restricted. I have my other honorable speakers, co-speakers, who are my very good friend, Dr. Amitabh Chattopadhyay and Dr. Manoj Chakraborty. So with this is the way I tried to put this theme of this situation. And firstly, my pranam to this great fellow, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, as you all know. What a impressive leader, what an impressive teacher, what an impressive supporter of humanity, intellectual, for whom we tried to learn the language Bengali, Borno Parichaya. So whatever we say, whatever I do, whatever we try to respect, he is not with us physically, but it cannot match. Nothing can match with these great leaders, one of the leaders of our country, born and again in, we used to call Bir Singher Singho Shishu Vidyasagar B. So friends, let me go ahead respecting and putting my tributes, my pranam to Vidyasagar, Pandit Vidyasagar. So with this, I will dramatically take you to few personalities who not only got one Nobel Prize, but 2 Nobel Prizes in their career, and for whose contribution today's biotechnology, physiology, medicine, even translational health sciences are standing. And there are international pictures, personalities to some of our Indians who are born in undivided India, and they got settled in different countries of this world, and then they glorified, and those glory, their wisdom, their knowledge, and we are harnessing, we are harvesting even till today. The challenging situation is really proved that united we stand, divided we fall, that we have been hearing. And today's scenario, we are about to conquer the demon, the nano demon, the coronavirus, with the help of so many people, starting with Dr. Frederick Sanger, 2 Nobel Prizes to sequence the protein insulin, and you know the impact of insulin. 1980 DNA sequencing, as you know, INSA-CoV, the way we are sequencing all the viral strains, alpha, beta, delta, omicron, like anything, now we are sequencing human genome. So this is, we must salute, we must pay our homage to that Dr. Sanger. And side by side, a lady scientist twice, Dr. Mary Curie. I'm just taking the lady, but to me, it has no difference. Ladies, gents, no difference. We want knowledge. We want began. We want to remove our darkness of ignorance. So Dr. Mary Curie, for which the X-ray and some of the radioisotopes, X-ray, its influence in physiology, medicine, to physics, to chemistry, to anything. So that I think I'm putting my tributes. And then little bit away from it, like, not away, like these are part of today's scenario, the information technology, communication, the transistor, Dr. John Burden, 1956, again, superconductivity, 1972. As you all know, they are part and parcel of our formation phases and the development phases and the absolute development. But still, we cannot beat nature. We are still trying to harness how nature is working. Why there are still dark spots? We are not able to understand. Oh my God, Bhagavan আমাদেরকে পথ দেখাও যে কিভাবে আমরা আরো দাও প্রাণ, আমাদের আরো দাও প্রাণ. Dr. Linus Pauling, the chemical bonding, protein structure. The structure of coronavirus protein. If you won't have known, nothing, no vaccine, no diagnostics would have been possible today. These are all the sacrifice, the what do you call it? Like this is unselfish sacrifice. They didn't know what they're leading to, but they got it, and we are benefited. So then vitamin C, and then another Nobel Prize, as you all remember, 1962, peace and atom bomb. There's a big controversy, like whether science is blessings or curse, and that atom bomb is another moment of our life or human civilization, which you all know that the benefits and the curse of the scientific development. But we should, friends, we should harness, we should extract the Amrit. Like this is the occasion we are celebrating with the inspiration of Honorable Government of India, Bharat Sarkar, the Atmanirbhar Bharat slogan, that now we are rejoicing the freedom 75th year of our independence from the British rule. But friends, we have both positive and negatives of everything. We were dependent, now we are independent. So there are different phases which you are all passing through, and our scientists, all our philosophers, our poet, or our human like philanthropists, our humanitism, like other areas of our knowledge and wisdom. They are all joining hands together and trying to sing the song that we want light of knowledge. And this is the best way to pay our tribute that our very renowned, and I used to consider him a Nobel laureate because he was supposed to get the Nobel Prize for discovering the radio wave. And friends, today's webinar is originated, the epicenter is none other than Dr. Jagadish Chandra Bose, about whom you know many things. But he is the man who really, another facet other than radio wave, that the plant has life. Like, as you know, that we have life everywhere. So again, remembering Tagore, we cannot escape that Akash Bhara, Surya Tara, Vishwa Bhara Pran. So whole cosmos, whole everything, we need to discover, we need to penetrate, and even now the life in other planets, not only the life in the earth, on the earth. So you have life also in Mangal or even Venus and many other planets. So this is all possible because he already led the way, that look, this is the way you have to go. I have met the platform, I have done my job, and you start, you carry ahead. That is again after Tagore, Amar holo shuru, Amar holo shara. So with this kind of spiritual excitement and the path-breaking discoveries, anyway, here, friends, I have many slides. I tried to respect so many scientists and seniors and the present, but again, majority I remember, but it was because of lack of time and the lack of space and everything. I again respectfully remember. I know many of our scientists and colleagues from India and also from abroad who are settled, and they are trained by our seniors or path breaking, like Mahagani Mahajan, Jepote Kore Gomon, Hoyechen Pratosharaniyo, সেই পথ লক্ষ্য করে স্বীয়কৃতি ধ্বজা ধরে আমরাও হব স্মরণীয়. So these are some of the characters, some of the personalities. Dr. Rai Bahadur Sir, UN Brahmachari, you know his contribution to eradicate Kalajor, the Leishmania, with many other things. So the urea stibamin is still the choice of drug for combating the Leishmaniasis, the Kalajor. And I don't again know words for our Acharya, Dr. Acharya Prafulla Chandra Roy, who at that time, that was the time when we were under British rule, he felt the need of entrepreneurship, the self-reliance, and Atmanirbhar Bharat slogan in the form of some chemical, Bengal chemical was started that time. So that time, I'm still recalling that how it was possible. As I said, nothing is impossible, things are tough. So he made our life. He's a chemist, and whole life he dedicated nothing but harnessing the beauty of chemistry and applying into the human welfare. So now, again recalling some of the, to start with our maybe second chief minister of our state, West Bengal, Professor Bidhan Chandra Roy. He was a mathematics graduate from Patna School of Science, Patna Science College, and then he moved to Calcutta to study medicine. Then he became one of the world famous doctors, physician, and rest of the stories. So he had a vision, the visionaries for whom today's West Bengal, and not only that, for our whole India, is highly benefited because of his foresight and vision. Now, friends, as you are moving on to the physiology and medicine, this is the fellow, as you all can understand and see the name, Professor Hargobind Khurana. He was an organic chemist from undivided India, from the Sindh province of Punjab that time. And then he studied out of so much of poverty, so much of scarcity of everything. He had the determination, no, Amra, we will go ahead. I have to do something to the benefit of the society. But he didn't know. So once you do something, thinking that you will do something for the benefit or what, or it's very difficult. So, but he took the challenge, and he had to go to USA to do his postdoctoral studies and PhD, and then he came back. During, I think, mid-60s or early 70s, I think he tried to come back to the motherland, India, and tried to establish and get a job in Punjab University, chemistry department. And just believe me, these are the stories, the histories. He was denied the job of being a faculty of chemistry in Punjab University. And then he had no other way out, being so much of little bit frustrated for the time being. He was compelled to go to US and tried his luck. And today, all this gene technology, the gene synthesis, oligo machines, they are the contribution boon of Professor Khurana. And this is the latest photograph which I collected from one of my friends, Professor Sarit Das. He's a chemical engineer now in IIT Madras. So he had a nice time in the MIT. He left us from this MIT camp. He was earlier in some other place when he did this Nobel Prize winning discoveries of making synthesis of gene from chemistry, synthetic organic chemistry approach, oligonucleotide, and he left from this MIT campus. And we recently, as you know, we lost him. And a few years back, maybe a decade back, we lost him. But his impact, his resonance, his life challenging work and the principle of life is still with us, and is showing us how to really overcome the situation of crisis, or enjoy even the situation of life. Like with the help of, let's say, we need medicine as well as we need cosmetics. So both are equal to me, both are same to me. But see, this is all coming from the science, chemistry, and these days, there's not no boundary. They're all kind of, what you call it, interdisciplinary sciences. And biology is one of the toughest subject, friend. We need all the disciplines to learn biology, as you can understand. So now I'll recall another great biochemist and the modern further modern biochemistry, Professor Piresh Chandra Guha. He was in the applied chemistry department, and as you know, they are all born before independence, but their life, their activities flourished, and inspiration came on like a ocean of knowledge before they passed they have seen the independence, and they enjoyed it, and they tried to imbibe their thing. So he was very much responsible for synthesis of ascorbic acid. As you know, ascorbic acid, our animal life mammalian system cannot synthesize, and it can be synthesized only in the plant. So how it was synthesized from the plant, he discovered the pathway, detailed intermediary metabolic pathways. What are the intermediates? L-gulonolactone, then it oxidizes to L-gulonolactone to 2-keto-L-gulonolactone, and then the latter is spontaneously converted to ascorbic acid, the vitamin C man. But not only this is vitamin C, his area, but he was a great leader, and I think we know that he was one of the first chairman of the Damodar Valley Corporation to have hydroelectricity project in India, first time during independence. And then our Honorable Prime Minister vested the honor to him to lead the DVC Corporation, DVC project. So friends, now another fellow for whom we know the protein structure, the real helical structure, the higher order structure of protein, like collagen was his model protein, and he's a physicist, Professor G.N. Ramachandran, another who was nominated also for Nobel Prize, and he didn't get the unlike Professor J.C. Bose, but they are, to me, more than Nobel laureates. He is in the textbook of physiology and biochemistry. Actually, these days, we have two departments, biochemistry and physiology. Earlier, it was physiology and biochemistry, and it is still. So he is the man of physics, contributed enormously, that his name is known as a Ramachandran plot, like how the peptides are linked together, and then the two angles which are forming, which are permissive to fold the protein or not fold the protein, become unstable. So with the help of a protein called collagen. And he founded the department called Molecular Biophysics in the Indian Institute of Science. Although he did all these path-breaking discoveries in the University of Madras, being in the physics department. And that time, friends, no computers. With the help of chalk and blackboards, not even paper and pen, pencil, maybe paper. So that's it. So this is, you can see what was the spirit. What was the spirit that we really went through, and we tried to unfold the mysteries of the nature. Here it is in the field of physiology. Now, dear friends, there are many scientists and colleagues who didn't like to be popularized their name. So I think Professor P. Balram wrote a review in Current Science about 10 or 15 years back, where he designated Dr. Samunath Dey, another son of the soil, West Bengal district Hooghly. As you can see, he is an unsung hero. Means he, again, another fellow who was again nominated for Nobel Prize to discover the cause of cholera disease, like the toxin a cholera bacteria secretes. So he is the person, and he has shown first time that cholera is caused by a microbe like Vibrio cholerae, and the precise mechanism of how these microbes cause cholera was not known before he unfolded. So he performed some of the ingenious experiments on rabbit, ileum loop, and then he he announced, and it was confirmed, and then in an honor, although he didn't get the Nobel Prize, but the Nobel Committee really respected him for a Nobel Symposium on cholera. And in Calcutta, this is the place, the epicenter, that many path-breaking discoveries, starting from Ronald Ross as a scientist discovering malaria in the School of Tropical Medicine, to, I'll recall Mother Teresa, and I'll also recall Sister Nivedita, who in their own way, they tried to encourage how we can really try to be approaching the light of knowledge in different ways. So he's another man. He is an unsung hero, and he's a medical doctor and totally responsible. And actually, he drank the cholera toxin, the filtrate from the media, culture media, and he made cholera himself. This was not permitted today. So had it been today, he could not have proved this discovery. Please take my word granted. But those unethical permissions and everything is not needed. So he really made him a volunteer along with the rabbits. So see the spirit, see how they really did it, and they had a urge that we will do or die. That is what our Netaji Subhash Bose told. That is where our all leaders, spiritual leaders, from Swami Vivekananda to everybody, they uttered in different way and tried to ignite us. And now, friends, I am fortunate to come in contact with a living legend who is again not with us, who is to call in a kind of joking way 3 B's in biochemistry. But as you know, this is also highly impact in the field of physiology and medicine. So he is a man, again born in like dependent India, British rules, but he flourished and he really enlightened us during his lifetime, from studying from Christian Medical College, Vellore, to Calcutta, IICB. He started with IIEM, experimental medicine, and to Delhi University South Campus, where he established the Department of Biochemistry. And I was fortunate to work with him in IICB as a PhD student, as well as I became a faculty colleague in the Department of Biochemistry in 1988. So when he was the head of the founder, head and professor of the department. See, one of his important quote, which is there in a building called Bachawat building, Bachawat block. One, it is there, is scripted in the stone. One need not to be ashamed to express ignorance. It is hiding of one's ignorance that one should be ashamed of. See how much impact, and this he told to all of us, this guy, and he wrote it in his diary, several diaries, and we took it and we put it. Now we made it immortal. His slogan, one of the slogans, one of his spiritual inspiration. Now I'll try to see how a guru can inspire students, not only to teach in a regular classroom, but you can be an informal way, which you all today trying to do, online classes and everything, and you have to do something. He never taught anything. During my 5 years interaction in IICB and my collegial interaction in South Campus, and that he used to do something on his own, and he made us to follow. So that is the way, and that is my teacher in Banaras in the university, Professor Malhotra, was a chemist. He's still there, is now 93 years old, settled in USA, and still teaching in a college. He's a chemist come enzymologist, and he made an enormous influence. He only directed me to Professor Bimal Bachawat, who used to call 3 Bs. I'll come to the other 2 Bs. And they are the dignitaries, Professor Ashish Datta, about whom I'll keep on touching. Professor T.A.V. Subramaniam started the TV research of the country in Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute in Delhi, and Professor K. Muralidhar started the reproductive biology and biochemistry in Geology Department of Delhi University. They are all pioneers, they are all pathbreakers, and there are gurus, Mahapandits, not only gurus, Mahagurus and Mahapandits. And you see how Professor Bachawat used to behave and used to interact with his whole family, his wife, his youngest daughter who is settled in US, his eldest daughter, and his only son, Professor Anand Bachawat, who is now in ISAR Mohali he's a physical chemist doing yeast genetics. You see, there is no boundary of knowledge, all interrelated, all kind of what I said, that all the boundaries are all mixed and applied and interdisciplinary. And see, one of the, how he used to, in that seminar, during happy hours, during before the dinner, during the dinner, how along with all the PhD students, all of them I know, and all of them I was very lucky to interact. They are all my seniors, and Professor Bichawat enjoying a drinks. So he used to mix with his students just like that, like there's no difference after a certain limit. So this is the way, like this is called Guru Shishya Parampara. Like, and then during his time in Vellore, the land breaking discovery, what he did is the cause of a genetic disorder called metachromatic leukodystrophy in the deficiency of the brain development, because of the absence of an lack of an expression of an enzyme called aryl sulfatase A, which is a lipid metabolic enzyme in CMC from early 50s to mid 60s. The brain sample used to come from USA through ship, and in the ice salt mixture, no refrigeration, no cold room, no much of refrigerators, only some of the household refrigerators. So with that kind of situation, using enzymology, established that, and for which this enzyme deficiency is a genetic disorder, and the gene therapy is started because of his path, and for which he was awarded also Shanti Sarup Bhatnagar Award at the age of 37. He got this award, and there are so many other records. But in the field of biology, physiology, and biochemistry, he is one of the man, or one of the bees. And there are other two bees, Professor Devi P. Burma. He was trained as a physical chemist in Calcutta, and he spent whole life more or less in Banaras in the University Institute of Medical Sciences, where he studied the ribosome structure, function, protein biosynthesis, and he inspired a galaxy of bright young people who are now inspiring in their own turn many other. And one of the his work made a link with the current Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine, or Venki Ramakrishnan, that some of the clues what he published, and that fruition of the Nobel Prize, the structure of ribosome protein, RNA protein complex, how the RNA and how we can develop different drugs. And another is Professor P.M. Bhargava, who was the founder of Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, from which one of our renowned, my co-speaker, Dr. Amitabh Chattopadhyay, has come from, and his discovery on an antimicrobacterial protein from bovine seminal plasmid. And not only that, he had a policy maker of our country till his last breath. I think maybe only 2014 or so we lost him, 2015. So he was very active, and three of them together, and another fellow, Professor G.P. Talwar. Again, he's a real living legend. He's about 95 years approaching. And still he walks 7-story, no lift, no elevator at this age. And he founded the National Institute of Immunology, sacrificing his whole life to develop anti-fertility female sterility vaccine, HCG, human chorionic gonadotropin. And they, along with three bees, along with other, a little bit misfit their feet in terms of spirit, in terms of science and friendship. Bhargava, Bachawat, Burma, and Talwar, these three were the Professor during their applied chemistry. Burma, not Bhargava. Bhargava, Talwar, not students, but Bachawat and Burma were the disciples in MSc of Professor B.C. Guha, and then they started an organization called Guha Research Conference, started in 1958. So, and I try to follow them. Bachawat, of course, I don't need to mention, but Talwar, I don't use elevator also. When I came to know that long back, 20 years back, including in National Cancer Institute, 10 or 12 stories, I used to climb the stairs, and he still does it. And Professor Bhargava learned how to have a dress sense. He was very particular about his own dress and attire. So like you have to know and you have to follow many things from many our gurus, and I think I try to follow this along with science and knowledge and humanity and honesty. So these are the few radical trait if you harbor any field you do, because we all are needed. Anything is important in this world and in this civilization. What Swami Vivekananda ji told, যেখানে দেখিবে ছাই উড়িয়া দেখো তাই পাইলেও পাইতে পারো অমূল্য রতন. So those Swamiji's dream, now I think our present leaders, our government, state government, central government, they're trying to implement, they're trying to open vistas for the young people, our budding scientists and future of our country to harness, like we're not ignoring anybody, we're opportunities. Now, I will try to go a little fast because I understand the time. Definitely, I need to, maybe I can talk longer and longer, and still I cannot complete my paying the tribute. Amar Bhaduri, he was a chemist, applied chemist, worked in Jadavpur University Pharmacy Department, then moved to IICB, where he discovered the enzyme mechanism by which some of the enzymes.
Sir, please kindly off your audio, please, sir.
Am I okay? Am I okay? Am I okay?
So you are here. Some participant can actually on his microphone.
So, and you know, this is some of the enzyme. He fully worked on the enzymology, and from which he developed some of the drug targets and the influence of a calmodyl protein in a Leishmania, that is again the Kalajor parasite, the role of a calcium binding protein. So both enzymology and the cellular biochemistry, physiology, he mastered. Not only those whom I'm showing here, they're not only a great scientist, great teacher, but they're great human being. So Professor Bhaduri, I was so fortunate. Till now, I was so all the people I became into close contact with them directly, and as well as in that time, you know, those online business are not there. We used to go and we used to discuss informally with the help of, again, the blackboard, chalk and talk. So these are the theme of Go Research.
Sandeep, it is not audible.
Yes, I think sir is out of line. I think his network is out of line, I think. Chandradipati.
It is due to technical problem.
আবার ঠিক হয়ে যাবে।
হ্যাঁ, একটু 2-3 মিনিট ওয়েট করা হোক।
I think some network issue is going on.
Yes, sir.
এই চন্দ্রদীপা, প্রফেসর সরকারকে একটা ফোন
করবো কি?
হ্যাঁ, কর না, কর, যে কি প্রবলেম।
ফোন নাম্বার নেই।
চন্দ্রদীপাদির কাছে আছে হয়তো,
উনি হয়তো ট্রাই করছেন, হতে পারে উনিও ট্রাই করছেন।
হ্যাঁ, তুই একবার ফোনে বলে নে। কেননা it should be continued after 4 or 5 minutes. নেটটা চলে গেছে মনে হচ্ছে।
হ্যালো হ্যালো সোমনাথ বাবু,
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ বলছি ওনার সাথে বাই ফোন কন্ট্যাক্ট করুন।
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ চন্দ্রদীপা contact করছি।
সত্যজিৎ দা ফোন করছি ফোনে কানেক্ট হচ্ছে না,
ও
ফোনে
আচ্ছা।
কানেক্টেড হচ্ছে না, ওখানে কোনো বোধহয় নেটওয়ার্ক ফেইলিয়ার বা কিছু একটা হয়েছে ওনার।
একটু তাহলে একটু ওয়েট করে গেলে ভালো হয়।
হরিবাবু, ডক্টর সরকার, হরিবাবু।
হরিবাবু, হরি আছো? হরি
হ্যাঁ আছে, আমি ওকে বলছিলাম যদি পারে কন্ট্যাক্ট ওর এটা আছে।
হ্যাঁ হরি একটু ফোন কর না।
ওনাকে আমি ফোনে কন্ট্যাক্ট করছি,
বেরিয়ে
ফোন
গেল।
হচ্ছে না। আমার মনে হয় কোনো একটা মেজর প্রবলেম হয়েছে, কিছু হতে পারে কানেকশনে।
হ্যাঁ 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 দেখা যাক, আমরা 3-4 মিনিট ওয়েট করি, তারপর দুটো শুরু করে দেবো। আর 4 মিনিট ওয়েট করি, তাহলে এক্স্যাক্টলি দুটোই প্রফেসর চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের লেকচারটা শুরু করবো।
প্রফেসর চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে জয়েন করতে বলি।
না না না,
হ্যাঁ,
এটা
বলুন।
হয়ে যাবে।
না বলছি এটা না কমপ্লিট, একটু ওনার তরফ থেকে কি বলছেন একটু শুনে
হ্যাঁ,
তারপরে যাতে
আমি কথা
5-10
বলার চেষ্টা
মিনিট একটু
করছি।
দেরি হয়
কথা
তাহলে
বললি?
অসুবিধা।
বললে
স্যার গুড আফটারনুন।
আমি চেষ্টা করছি।
Good afternoon.
Sir, মানে Professor Sarkar was presenting, but probably he has encountered a technical problem. That's why somewhat it has stopped.
Yes, so we should wait for some time, no?
So we are trying to contact him, but we are failing to do so. We're trying. Let me wait for 2 minutes, then we can start the next one.
Sure. No problem.
পাওয়া গেল? চন্দ্রদীপা পাওয়া গেল?
না এখনো দয়া করা যায়নি।
হরি, ক্যান ইউ ট্রাই? হরি,
আমি ল্যান্ড ফোনে কথা বলছি সোমনাথ দা।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ বলো।
ল্যান্ড ফোনে কথা বলছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
চেষ্টা করছি, কিছু একটা সমস্যা হয়েছে। আমি কথা বলছি, একটু জানা। হ্যাঁ আমি বলেছি, জানিয়েছি, ওটা বুঝতে পারিনি নেটওয়ার্ক। আমি বলেছি।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, আমরা 2-4 মিনিট ওয়েট করুন।
আমি ইন্টিমেশনটা দিয়েছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, বেশ বেশ বেশ।
সোমনাথ দা, আমি তো ট্রাই করছি, ওনাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপও করেছি,
আচ্ছা বেশ।
I'm not getting any reply. Probably there is a technical problem.
হরি ক্যান কন্ট্যাক্ট উইথ দেবিদা, দেখা যাক কি করেন।
এক্ষুনি আমাদের হরিবাবু যেটা বললেন আর কি, যে উনি বোধহয় ল্যান্ডলাইনের চেষ্টা করছেন কথা বলার।
আমি ল্যান্ডলাইনে কথা বলেছি বৌদির সাথে, দাদা বলছে ওখানে কথা বলছে, কিছু সমস্যা হয়তো হচ্ছে ওর ওখানে, ও জানাচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা
উনি জানাচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, ল্যান্ডলাইনে আমার সাথে কথা হয়েছে।
আচ্ছা বেশ
আমার মনে হয় এখন নেক্সট লেকচার শুড বি স্টার্টেড and after this next lecture
আপনারা কন্টিনিউ করুন তারপরে ও যদি জয়েন করে তখন ও কিছু বলবে।
Professor Sarkar can be taken in the question answer session and then he can conclude and face the question answer session. I think next lecture should be started.
Okay. আপনারা কন্টিনিউ করেন।
ঠিক আছে।
Dr. Sarkar, should we continue with the next speaker?
কন্টিনিউ করে
উনার বলাটা না,
Is it better?
এটা ঠিক হবে না।
Will it be fine to do that? I don't know. We may wait for another 2-3 minutes.
চন্দ্রদীপা বলছি কি ওনাকে নেক্সট কোশ্চেন আনসার মানে নেক্সট ডক্টর চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের হয়ে গেলে তারপরে কোশ্চেন আনসার সেশনে ওনাকে নিলে উনি সেখানে কনক্লুডও করতে পারবেন এবং অ্যান্ড ফেস দ্য অডিয়েন্স কোশ্চেন। ওকে, এটা করো, ওটাই ভালো হবে। টাইম
Okay, then Upasana, continue with the next speaker. তাহলে হরিপ্রসাদ বাবু আপনি স্যারের সাথে একটু কথা বলে নিন।
আমি বলে নিচ্ছি আপনারা কন্টিনিউ করুন। আমি বলে
ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ।
Please start the next speaker.
হ্যাঁ, let's start with the next speaker.
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে। ওকে সো
No, Somnath da. It's okay. Fine.
Somnath sir will announce, sir. Madam, Somnath sir is there.
Yes, he will introduce, but you can.
So our next speaker, good afternoon. So our next speaker, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. But before going to the start of the seminar, I must introduce our speaker, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay. Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay is a global leader in membrane and receptor biology and biophysics, and is a CSIR Bhattanagar Fellow at the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, CCMB, in Hyderabad. In addition, he is a distinguished visiting professor at the IIT Bombay, adjunct professor at the JNU New Delhi, TIFR Bombay, ISAR Kolkata, Swinburne University of Technology, SUT, Australia, and honorary professor at the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, GNCSR, Bangalore. He served as the first Dean of Biological Science at the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. He obtained his PhD from the State University of US, SUNY. Yes?
Yep, I'm sorry to intervene. I got the message that Professor Dr. Chattopadhyay will go ahead, and because of my internet issues, I was disconnected. So I'm waiting.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Let Dr.
We are very sorry for that. Was so attractive speech you were delivering. We are really sorry that got interrupted.
I think did you hear till the Obed Siddiqui or not? Obed Siddiqui?
Devi,
Right of Obed Siddiqui?
can I tell something, Dr. Ghosh?
Yeah, I'm sorry to just interfere.
No.
But
I'm having some issue with screen sharing, so why don't you go ahead? I'll fix the issue by that time.
Okay, sure. Okay, thanks, Amitabh. Thanks so much. Okay, so if you kindly
thank you so much, sir.
permit, if you kindly permit, Professor Roy, I'm sharing my slide. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Sorry for this. Yeah. Can you see my slide? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a second. I have to know from where I was. Just a second. Is it? Can you see the slide?
No, sir.
No.
No.
No, sir.
Maybe again I'm out. Just a second. There is a issue. Yeah. Let me try to see the screen again. Yeah.
One time it will come, that again it will go back.
Is it okay?
No, sir. Still we can't.
You cannot see my slides, no?
No, sir. Still we can't see your slide.
We are seeing your face.
Yeah, I understand. Just a second. Yeah. Let me be sharing. Okay.
Sir, just open your PPT and then share the whole screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Now it is visible, sir. Now we can see.
Nice. Okay.
Now it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
Let me go ahead quickly
Yeah.
and see where I was there. Just a second. So I was there till where? Hey, is it Obed Siddiqui? I was there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No.
Is it?
Yes, Professor Siddiqui is there.
No, Manju Sharma, I finished.
Yes.
Dr. Manju Sharma's contribution, I told, right?
No.
Okay. So,
No.
Dr. Ramachandran,
Yes.
this slide, I was there. You could hear? This slide?
Yes, sir.
Dr. C.M. Gupta?
No, sir.
No.
Professor Pentel?
No.
Professor Maheshwari? P.N. Maheshwari? Did you see P.N. Maheshwari?
No, sir.
No.
Amor Bhaduri.
Professor Amar Bhaduri. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I finished
It's
the
the same slide.
Professor Bhaduri, and then I'll go to Professor Maheshwari, a botany department in Delhi University, who was key of seminal contribution in the field of plant embryology, anther-culture, and the artificial fertilization in plants, flowering plant. Okay, so Professor P.N. Maheshwari made a school of plant biology, which has been we had at the latest in the South Campus, the Department of Plant Molecular Biotechnology and Plant Molecular Biology, where his son, who was Satish Maheshwari, who made another anther culture experiment, seminal contribution in nature science that time. He passed away, but his students, Professor Akhilesh Tyagi, Professor J.P. Khurana, and others, they are contributing to the genome sequence of wheat, rice, and international consortium. So you see the light of knowledge, the torch of knowledge and the wisdom, how it is being passed on from generation to generation. Now, I think, can you see this slide, Professor Pentel, Avtar Singh Pentel? Can you see?
Yes, sir.
I think in the physiology, in Vallabhbhai Patel, he was director from 1980 to maybe 1986. Since he got the Padma Vibhushan. Not only that, this is his seminal discovery in J receptor in the field of pulmonary vascular bed earned him the FRS honor, first in the field of physiology from India. And he is a very, very dedicated scientist, although he was an administrator director, but he seldom used to sign the directorial paper. One of his second man, senior Professor T.A.V. Subramaniam, whom I introduced you, he used to sign all the director papers along with his director stamp. He is all the time busy in the cat dissection and the J receptor experiment. We saw him in 1985 when I came from Calcutta with Professor Vimal Bichawat as a student, as a fellow, senior research fellow, and then I went to NCI, NIH. So I had 1 year experience to see this Nobel fellow and doing only science, nothing else throughout the day, and maybe whole 24 hours a day. So these are the type of kind of dedication and untiring efforts to develop the field of what you call neurophysiology, neuromuscular junction, J receptor, which is famous, world famous. Okay, now can you see Dr. C.M. Gupta, who is still there, relaxing in Bangalore, and he is an organic chemist trained by Hargobind Khurana. He did his PhD in MIT with Dr. Can you hear and see the things?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Dr. C.M. Gupta, and who is the man who discovered lipid, phospholipid asymmetry in malarial parasite to develop novel drug targets to combat malaria infection, blood stage malaria. And this is basically the blood stage, erythrocytic stage of malaria parasite. And all the discoveries are published in Nature Science from CDRI Lucknow as a scientist. Then he went to IMTech, Chandigarh, microbial technology, and being director. Again came to CDRI as a director. Now he's 75 plus and relaxing, but his vision, his knowledge of chemistry and biology, alchemical biology, like Professor Corona is a man of the father of modern chemical biology, synthesizing oligos, genes, and now we are implementing in RT-PCR detection, vaccine development, and see the enormous correlation and the fruition of their efforts. They sacrifice their whole life, untiring success. Now, the Department of Biotechnology was created in 1986 as an offshoot from Department of Science and Technology by Dr. S. Ramachandran, whom again I witnessed. He used to come to South Campus when our machines and oligo machine sequencer are being installed in 1986, 87, 88, when Professor Bachad was heading our department and guiding us as a leader. So he's a man, down-to-earth man. He's a chemical engineer, but he is the founder, secretary, who really contributed to disseminate the knowledge of biotechnology, for which we are seeing diagnostic, detection, vaccine, not only for corona, but for many infectious diseases and cancer or so and so. So the torch was being handed over to third Deputy Secretary Padma Bhushan, Dr. Manju Sharma, who is relentless efforts as a botanist from Lucknow, who tried to disseminate and make all the biotechnology departments, PG departments and education in the country, in all universities, state as well as central. And she is the lady who really nominated me for the award of Shanti Sarup Bhatnagar in 1996-97, and which it was somehow I was blessed to have these awards through his nomination. So these are type of encouragements of the young kind of faculties, young scientists or young worker. She used to believe. See, this is the way biotechnology department today is being flourished under the leadership of a new leaders whom I will introduce very soon. Now, he is the man, Professor Obed Siddiqui, another fellow in the physiology and biochemistry and genetics, that he discovered the smell receptor in Drosophila. It's a fruit fly, and he's the founder of National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore, and he is the guru of our principal scientific advisor, Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, and with whom I shared the Shanti Sarup Bhatnagar Award in 1998, because two scientists are given the award at a time in any discipline. But this man I also witnessed, and I had fortunate to interact with many forums and meetings like Goa Research Conference and so on. He's only man who really loves science, nothing. But he founded, but he's being nurtured by people whom I will show you the picture and their contribution. So he's another man. Not only that, the seminal contribution is to discover the stop codon in the genetic code. And not only alone here, with Alan Guerin in 1961. He was born in independent India, British India, but see, he flourished during our independent India. He came back to India because of different reasons. We come back from foreign countries, and to make our country, our motherland, Atmanirbhar, and a kind of propagate the torch and the spirit of science and technology and education and wisdom in the country. So he's another man. He's a very, very dedicated guru, one of the Mahagurus. Now this man, Professor G. Padmanabhan, who is still there as an emeritus scientist of eminence in Institute of Science, Bangalore Biochemistry Department. First time he's the man who did implemented recombinant DNA technology in the country in late mid-70s, cloned gene, plasmid isolation, and cloned a gene called cytochrome P450. which is being now followed up in malaria parasite, using cytochrome P450 protein and the gene as a target to eradicate malaria, is still being involved in routine discoveries in the field of anti-malarial activity, and keep on using curcumin as the natural product from turmeric as an anti-malaria drug, small molecule drug, natural drug, and he's publishing in the paper called Nature Medicine and like that, so on. So Professor G. Padmanabhan also influenced the whole country's biotechnology, life science, physiology, medicine, and still he is doing relentlessly. He's 86, 87 plus right now. So now another man from son of the, again, West Bengal, I call son of the soil. This is because he was born in Taki, and in the adverse situation, he did chemistry honors in Calcutta, one of the colleges in Taki, and then he came to Calcutta University Biochemistry Department under the leadership of Professor B.C. Guha. Trained and went to Sibro Ochoa's laboratory in USA to have postdoc, and then joined 71 when the JNU was established. He came as a young as lecturer in the life science faculty in the JNU, and he mastered the field of transgenic plants, transgenic potato, tomato, to reduce the shelf life, increase the shelf life, reduce the ripening, and transgenic potato to increase the protein value. He awarded several US patents and awarded Padma Bhushan, and he is the founder of National Institute of Plant Genome and Research. See, this is the way in a chain reaction we are progressing in a geometric progression, GP. So like one scientist, now he made his effort with the help of his successors, his gurus, and then he makes successors to keep the torch alive, and the NIPGR is one of the forefront in the plant molecular biology and plant genome research. So Professor Asi Datta, now it's our colleague, Professor Deepak Pental, you might have heard his name, another Pental. So after seeing Pental to Deepak Pental, we're still there in the same building where our laboratory is in biochemistry, and he is still now he's going to the 70. Almost every day he comes to lab, and he is heading the genetic studies of the GM mustard. And he's known as a GM, genetically modified mustard, to increase the yield of the oil as well as the quality, unsaturated fatty acid, arachidonic acid, and then so many other, like increasing the quality as well as quantity of the oil in mustard. We have the mustard field in South Campus. So this is like what he says, India needs low input, high output agriculture. This cannot be achieved without science and technology. And recently he has been honored with the discovery of a new frog species, Minervaria pentali. The name was after the pental because he encouraged the project of environmental science department of our Delhi University, being when he was director and vice chancellor of Delhi University. And that scientist really honored him to name the frog. Biological name was given Minervaria. So he is a man of down-to-earth man, and he was I still fight with him that why you did this, why as a policymaker. So he is one of the great policymakers in the field of genetic manipulation of crop plants and so many other scientific policies. So see, this is the kind of inspiration, this is the kind of heroes who really showered blessings to the present generation. And this is a Professor Sandeep Basu, who was a classmate, MSc of Ashish Datta in Kolkata Science College, Biochemistry. He went for his PhD, a postdoctoral in Joseph Goldstein and Michael Brown, where the lipid metabolism, lipid endocytosis, LDL receptor, and the famous drug statin was discovered. He really worked. Sandeep Basu became the director of the National Institute of Immunology. Now he's relaxing in Kolkata, but he is the man who really did all the path-breaking work in the laboratory desk, being a postdoctoral fellow of Goldstein and Brown, won the Nobel Prize in 1985. And when in 1985, Professor Bachat was in IICB, he hired him as a scientist, and when the Nobel Prize was announced, because of his enormous contribution as a postdoc, Professor Bachat published in a news in Ananda Bajar Putrika that Sandeep Basu is responsible for 1985 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. See the excitement. See the excitement of the leaders. And then we used to call him Guruji. Guruji, what you are talking about? Sandeep is not being awarded, but he's credited. We can say that. No, to me, he's a Nobel laureate. Anyway, so in this country also, he did a lot of work. like first targeted drug delivery in leishmaniasis, in the visceral, in the cutaneous leishmaniasis, using some macrophage receptor drug conjugate, methotrexate, and published a paper in Science from MTech Chandigarh while he was director. So these are the people whom I was so fortunate to interact directly, along with many other like present workers scientific in the field of physiology and medicine. Now, I think I pay my tribute, although I didn't know much about him, but I heard the story later, Professor Subhas Mukhopadhyay. See their untiring dedication, and without their again remain unsung hero. First test tube baby of India, Durga, was born in 1978. I think most of you may know. Under the there's the first one is in the UK and first in India. This is the second maybe in the world, if I am correct. And Durga is still there, and I think living a very normal life. But you know, the unfortunate fate of Professor Mukhopadhyay, because of whatever it is, we could not honor this hero. We could not honor this path-breaking physiologist and medical person. He is a gynecologist, and his lot of disciples are now helping our civilization to remove the aspect of infertility in women, particularly maybe both male and female infertility because of sperm or because of egg, whatever it is, vice versa. The test tube fertilization was initiated and done successfully. And now he's the man of, the Green Revolution. I think I don't have to, only I can salute him and respect him, Professor Swaminathan and MS Swaminathan, the yielding rice, yielding wheats, and yielding the green, like our food cereals, which are as a result of his, as a genetics approach. And he made the Norman Borlaug, that his colleagues, his mentor and colleagues, he is recognized as a leader in the world's green revolution. And a postal stamp of 20 paisa was announced by the Honorable Government of India in 1967. I have seen that postal stamp where the Green Revolution was embodied in the Indian Post and Telegraphs. So he's still there, but I think he's maybe more than 95 or 94 years old. That doesn't matter, but he's still inspiring. And his daughter, Soumya Swaminathan, now is one of the WHO chief and trying to enlighten us in the field of corona vaccine diagnostic. So see the chain reaction way in the family, as well as he made many successful scientists who are leading the science and technology in the field of physiology, medicine, biochemistry, life science. Now, he is the man, Professor Lalji Singh. He again had the fortune to work in Calcutta University Science College, Zoology Department. Professor Vidyasagar, I think, Professor Vidyasagar Chakraborty, if I remember correctly. Can you hear me? Raichaudhuri? Yes. No, he's Professor Raichaudhuri.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Professor Raichaudhuri, Professor Lalji Singh is the man of the CDFD and DNA fingerprinting of our country. And there's an institute under DVT, CDFD, Center for DNA Diagnostic, DNA and fingerprinting. So this scientist, not only that, he opened a center called LACON, that is the Laboratory for the Conservation of Endangered Species and the Andaman population, and history of our forefathers, like where from the human race came, which part of the Africa. They're all path-breaking papers in science. One of his disciples, Thangarajan, Dr. Thangarajan, is now the director of CDFD for since last 1 year, and he has made many enormous contribution. Lastly, he was Vice Chancellor of BHU, and he is very untimely dead again, just while he was BHU Vice Chancellor. And again, we used to meet all the dignitaries, all the Mahapandits in the Guha Research Conference in various places. Since 1994, I was the member. Now, again, coming to the very end of it, but I'll just quickly go through Professor Hiralal Chaudhary in the fish production, the artificial fish reproduction, for which we are all Bengalis, not only Bengalis, now throughout the globe. We are fortunate to have a very good yield of the carp, rahu, and katla, rui, and all these things. So he's the man of artificial fish reproduction of carp. And now, again, like Atmanirbhar Swadeshi, like made in India, Professor Dr. Ravi Mukhopadhyay, again from Santiniketan, Birbhum, and he is settled in Tata Memorial Center. Recently, there is an institute called ACTREC, Advanced Center. So there, in mid-90s, he made the first HIV detection kit, Western blot based detection kit, and the man again remained totally unsung, but I have personal touch with this man, and now this man is famous for many people. He is the father-in-law of Shreya Ghoshal. I am declaring with a very proud manner that, but he, he's a totally down-to-earth person. The kit was J. Mitra and Sons in Noida, marketed it and still going on, but there are a lot of variants of HIV. So first HIV kit commercialized from our country, totally indigenous. He was trained by Robert Gallo in NIH when I was there. I was living and he just joined. He's senior to me, but he went late. But first HIV culture, virus culture done in ACTREC or TMC that time was done by Ravi Mukhopadhyay. He immediately after his superannuation, he didn't stay back and he's enjoying his life with his family, going here and there. He's another man I have seen so much of personal touch, so much of a memory and so much of knowledge. First man to culture. HIV, there is another thing, like you had a Spanish flu, we have HIV bonanza, now we have the corona. Now I will show you some of the glimpse of our Son of the Soil's contribution, the Indian contribution. Now another fellow is in the Lisbania field, mitochondrial complex, seminal contribution, Professor Samit Adhya, is just superannuated emeritus scientist from IICB Kolkata in mitochondrial transport, mitochondrial genetics to develop gene therapy approach. And they are all my immediate seniors and close colleagues who used to interact. And he has made so many bright scientists like Professor Soumitra Das, who was heading the NIBGM Kalyani, was his first PhD student, Soumitra Das, and was my collaborator too. So you can see how the spirit is being handed over, and from one torch is being handed over from one to other, and how they're being proliferated in a bacterial type of population, but of course in a very, very significant way. Now, the present torchbearer, director of NCBS, which Professor Ovid Siddiqui established, Professor Satyajit Mayer. He works on the cancer cells, folate receptor, like receptor dynamics in the cell to develop cancer drug targets. And then enormous contribution. Scientific is very young, 53, 55 years old, and he's the only person at editorial board of the famous journal Cell. Not only he published, of course, and because of his recognition, he got everything, including Infosys Award and all the things. And he's a very down-to-earth person. And I had the fortune to interact. And not only that, he interacts with many young scientists to inspire and to keep on the things moving. Now, Professor Rajesh Gokhale, he was started his career in National Institute of Immunology under the directorship of Sandeep Basu. And he is again very young, 52, 53-year-old. He was director of Institute of Genomics and Integrated Biology, was developed by Professor Samir Brahmachari as a Director General CSIR. And then he came back to NII. Now, only a few months back, he was being the task of become the Secretary of Department of Biotechnology. And his contribution is in the field of mycobacteria tuberculosis metabolism, some lipid long-chain fatty acid synthesis as a drug targets of virulent form of mycobacteria TB, tuberculosis. And he's still there now, vibrating the field of science and technology as a leader, but he himself is a very, very renowned scientist and very, again, down-to-earth person. Rajesh, we call him Rajesh. Second Chitnis, who was in ICGB, but he developed some of the malaria vaccine in ICGB while in New Delhi. But I think last 10 years or so, 5-10 years, he left for France Institute of Pasteur, where he is trying to continue the vaccine development of the Daffy protein of the malaria-infected cells with the help of antibody approach, like antibody-mediated killing of the infected cell. So these are the people who really are now currently make the excitement of the biotechnology and physiology, biochemistry of our country. Now, the fellow, I think some of you, Professor Roy, must be knowing and interactor. He was, I think, a guest professor, teacher in the physiology department, Dr. Bhaskar Saha. He is a MSc Physiology BSc Physiology from Calcutta University, and he is another unsung hero. He believed only in science. He published, he's right now again the same age, 55, 56 age group. And I had the glory and the privilege to interact with him in my laboratory. He used to come and sleep in my laboratory with me on the laboratory ground, on the floor. So he got everything, but I had to give a push that, okay, Bhaskar, come, let me try this. You should get Bhatnagar. They say he was very reluctant, but he published Nature Medicine, Nature Immunology. I think in a true sense, he is one of the leading immunologists of our country, starting from his education in physiology departments of Calcutta University, and he's still there in NCCS, Pune. One of my very good friends, and he is a man of ocean of knowledge.
Please,
yeah, I think I'm trying to. I'm just trying to. Is Amitabh ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
So now I think I'm concluding. So another person, Professor Sumandar, who is in SCMM JNU Center, Special Center of Molecular Medicine, a man of Helicobacter and malaria, drug targets, and cancer, gastric cancer. He is again from Kalyani. He got everything, all the honors, being again in the mid-50s age group. And he dedicated his Bhatnagar Award 5 lakhs in 2011 in the memory of our mother to make fellowship of the MSc students of the biochemistry department from where he passed MSc. And this is that time was Vice Chancellor. You see the spirit. He got a visitor award, and so much of recognition is another down to person. And now coming to the corona, I'm just quickly saying, see our indigenous self-reliant approach made in India.
Professor Sarkar, please concise your lecture, please.
Yeah. So the vaccine was developed by Krishna Ella in his group. And see, this is a fellow from Balichak, the Sovik Maiti. He did his education from Balichak, Midnapur. He is the man who made the failure kit for the SARS-CoV detection. Now, finally, I pay my tribute to the source, inspiration of Bharat Ratna, President Bharat Ratna, Professor C.N.R. Rao, and then concluding that he is not very happy because the progress of India has made when compared with other countries, we are self-completion, and we are not working hard. So sustained hard work is needed to do world-class science. And I don't want to go into my contribution in the field of biotechnology or gene therapy, which I'll keeping it for, you may see it in the literature, but I have a small attempt and effort from where I am working on the preclinical trial in the jaundice gene therapy using the Sendai virus, as Professor Wright said. And today I feel, this is a quote, I do not know what I may appear to the world, but to myself, I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seesaw and diverting myself in now and then, finding a smoother pebble or pretty cell, whilst the great ocean of truth lay undiscovered before me. It was Isaac Newton, and the picture is in my native village, and you may have to guess out of these 3 kids, who is the speaker, who is trying to interact with you. And of course, the slogan of Swami Vivekananda, which you all know, that you have to all the time awake and until unless the goal is reached. And I also had the fortune in 2018, before this fellow passed away, Milkha Singh in Chandigarh Mohali Airport. And what a spirit that was like untiring efforts. And here again was not, although got so many golds, but failed to have Olympic gold, but he is a hero in the field of sports. So I honor and respect, and I was fortunate to come. Now, finally, what I believe the message is, if to the young people, the future of our country, if the path is beautiful, ask where it leads to. But if the destination is beautiful, don't ask how the path is, just keep walking. So this is where again Tagore, this is not my song. This is the song which our seniors and the present fighters, they are singing. So if you try to remember and try to follow, that will be the greatest tribute to make our 75th Amrit Mahotsav of celebration, a great success, and many more. We are approaching to Platinum Jubilee very soon, and that time it will be much more. And with bestowed with Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. That is what our target, not Nobel Prize, to serve the mankind, to the humanity. That is my whole message. Nobel Prize is not material to make a drug like Alexander Fleming, the penicillin, new thing in the physiology and medicine. So with this, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much for your kind attention and taking a long time and interruption during the internet. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
For your very, very nice and illuminating and informative presentations. You know he's our son of Midnapur. So thank you, Professor Sarkar. As we are late about 30 minutes, so I go to the next speaker, Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay. I invite Professor Chattopadhyay. Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay is a global leader in membrane and receptor biology and biophysics, and is a CSIR Bhattanagar Fellow at the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, CCMB, in Hyderabad. In addition, he is a distinguished visiting professor at the IIT Bombay, adjunct professor at the JNU New Delhi, TIFR, ISAR Kolkata, Swinburne University Technology, Australia, and honorary professor at the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, JNCSR, Bangalore. He served as the first Dean of Biological Science at the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. He obtained his PhD degree from the State University of Newark at Stony Brook and was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of California at Davis, USA. Professor Chattopadhyay's work is focused on monitoring organization, dynamics, and disease conditions. His group has developed and applied novel, innovative, and sensitive technique based on fluorescence spectroscopy for monitoring solvent relaxation in membranes, membrane mimetic media, and proteins. Pioneering work from his group showed that membrane cholesterol is necessary for the function and organization of G protein coupled receptors. In addition, his work has provided novel insight in the role of membrane cholesterol in the entry of pathogens into the host cells. Overall, his work has contributed significantly to the understanding of membrane organization, dynamics, and the interplay between the membrane lipids and proteins, especially in neural membranes, and its implication in healthy and disease states. Professor Chattopadhyay's pioneering contribution in membrane and receptor biology and biophysics have been recognized by several awards and prizes. These include the World Academy of Sciences Prize, TWAS, Shanti Swarup Bhattanagar Award, Ranbaxy Research Award, Professor J.N. Ramchandran Gold Medal, Served Distinguished Fellowship, Professor G.N. Ramchandran 60th Birthday Medal, and most prestigious J.C. Bose Fellowship. He is an elected fellow of the World Academy of Science, Royal Society of Biology, and Royal Society of Chemistry, and all the Indian Academies of Science. He has mentioned a number of PhD students and has authored a close to 300 research publications, 2 monographs, and national and international several patents. He has delivered more than 600 invited lectures all over the world, including keynote, plenary, colloquium, and award lectures. Professor Chattopadhyay organized a number of successful international conferences. He is a popular teacher also. So with these few words, I invite Professor Amitabh Chattopadhyay to start his scientific contributions. Professor Chattopadhyay, please.
Thank you, Professor Roy. Can you hear me and can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Professor Roy and Professor Ghosh, for this kind invitation and this opportunity to reach out to Vidyasagar universities and colleagues across the globe in this time of pandemic. So thank you so much. Also, Sarkar, my good friend Professor Sarkar, gave a very good account of India's growth. Part of my work, which is not my mainstream work, but we did this because, scientists are also social beings, and we took up the challenge to work on an area where we didn't have footprint to start with. But as you can see, sometimes when you think originally, you can get very innovative solutions, and I'll come back to that. And this is also a very appropriate topic for the context of 75th year India's independence, what is called now Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Okay, so let me get my slides. Where? We're trying to get a pointer, just a minute. Point options. Is the pointer? Okay. So many of you know what colors are, and the pathogenic organism is Leishmania donovani. It infects the human macrophages, resulting in menstrual discriminations, which is fatal. 88 countries are colors are prone. Many in South Asian countries. India is one of them. 12 million people affected worldwide. And although it's neglected disease in the West, it has last 20 years or so has emerged as a prominent opportunistic infection in immunocompromised patients or HIV patients, and also sometimes soldiers in Iraq or US soldiers. So there has been some interest in Leishmania in Western Europe and America. So it's a yeah. I'll just change my slide option. Just 1 second. Sorry, I didn't do the right click actually. Okay. All right. So I'll give a short history of colors in the country. Many of you know that Leishmania donovani is an infective organism, but Leishmania donovani was discovered by 2 British medical officers who were, one of them was posted in India, that is Charles Donovan in Madras, and so they independently discovered it, but they couldn't understand it. One of them actually thought it was trypanosomes, which caused some kind of disease, mainly in Africa. But the taxonomy was provided by Ronald Ross, who, if you remember, got Nobel Prize in 1902 for discovery of malaria parasite. So Ronald Ross was involved in all this. And Ronald Ross, many of you know, worked in Kolkata and Hyderabad, actually Secunderabad, where I live. So there's a lot of India connection to these discoveries. So these are the photos of these people. These are the people who actually came to India.
You can't see the slide.
Yeah, you cannot see the slide?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm just sorry. I think Devi's slide is still on, is it? Devi,
no, sir. There is no slide, sir.
I'm out of
Okay, so thanks, Devi.
Okay,
yeah.
sir.
I'll just reshare again. Just give me a minute. Can you see my slides now?
Yeah. It is visible, sir. Now we can see.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. This is the problem
okay, sir.
of online.
It's okay, sir.
Okay. All right. So but you heard the history, and these are the people's photos. So my work, as Professor Roy said, is mainly on membrane proteins, G-protein coupled receptors. But at some point, we got into Leishmania purely because of curiosity. Now, Leishmania, many of you know, is there are two hosts actually. Sandfly actually carries the organism, and then it infects humans. And there are 2 forms of this. One is promastigote, which is the initial phase, and then amastigote. There is a huge morphological other difference between these two forms. Amastigote only becomes when it enters the cell. Promastigote binds, but every binding of promastigote doesn't mean that there'll be an amastigote for that. All right. So this is the leishmaniac. This is India. This is Sudan and other parts of Africa. This is South America, and now a little bit of leishmania is there also in Europe because of immune compromised patients and other reasons. Now I told you the history.
Sorry to disturb, slides are still not there. Vidyasagar is still present.
Can you hear my slide? Can you see my slide?
Sir, you please do the full screen. Slideshow. Full screen slideshow.
I want to slideshow, and it says I'm sharing, but
sharing is okay. Sharing is okay.
So Devi, did you stop sharing?
No.
Stop sharing long back.
Okay.
My slides are out of the system.
Okay, then why is it happening?
So we can see your slides.
You can see my
your slides, sir.
That is okay.
Is it changing the slides? Or I'm showing only one slide to you?
We can see your slide number 3, sir.
Okay, slide number 3.
Yeah. Third slide. That is the Leishmania Donovani, a bit of history.
Bit of history.
Yeah.
I changed it just now, life cycle leishmania. Can you see it?
It's not changing.
Oh my God, okay. But it says it's sharing. Just one second.
Click the slide share button.
Yeah, I go to the screen.
Please go to the window, select window.
Yes. Yes, I'm going there.
Yeah, now we can see your slide. The third slide again.
First third slide again, but now I've changed it, you cannot see it, right?
No.
So there is a problem. In my screen, it's showing Debbie is still presenting. I don't know what is the problem. Debbie, can you disconnect once and come back, if you don't mind?
Okay, I'm doing it. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Once you disconnect, I'll connect it again. This is technological problem. Sorry, apologies to everybody.
No. Please.
No, sir, it can happen.
Now I'm changing the slides from 3 to 4.
Is it okay now, Java?
Yeah.
Yes.
It changed. Yeah, it's okay now. Thanks, Debbie.
It is now okay.
It
is the life cycle of leishmania.
Life cycle is, I changed. I again changed.
Yeah.
Can you see the map now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
It's working.
Yes.
Okay, so there was the link. Okay, thanks, David. Thank you so much. Okay, so I just life cycle everybody knows. I also talked, so I'm not. It will take time, so I'm just cutting. This is the leishmaniac endemic areas. This is mainly Africa, but of course the species is not leishmania donovani there. It's mostly skin disease there, and of course Brazil, especially northern Brazil and some parts of South America. Now, leishmania donovani causes visceral leishmaniasis, and this is what Indians are worried about, because 50% of these cases are in India, as I show here, and it's also a common opportunity infection in AIDS. Patients become progressively weak and emaciated and may die if remain untreated. An unfortunate thing in India is leishmania endemic areas are also one of the poor areas of the country. Some parts of Bihar, some parts of Bengal, and even before independence, the other part of Bengal and Assam. So if nutrition is bad, this disease can be really fatal, and unfortunately, the population that gets it, the majority of them are economically not so good. Okay, so let me tell you what is our thought about this. There's a lot of work from immunology and leishmania in different institutes, including Davies Old Institute, ISCB, and JNU, and everywhere. But our thinking is different. We are membrane biologists. We know that leishmania needs some receptors for entry, and there are plenty of them. I'm just showing some of them. Complement receptor 1 and 3, mannose receptor, fibrinogen receptors, and so on and so forth. Now, because there are so many receptors needed for the attachment and inclination of the parasite to macrophages, it is very difficult to single out. And so that has been a big problem in treatment of leishmaniasis. There has been many, vaccines, well, some at least, if not many vaccines of leishmania, but drug resistance is a big problem because these are DNA vaccines. Now, so we looked at it differently. We work on another project, and Professor Ghosh was talking to me the other day about it. Our major work is on G protein coupled receptors, how the signal gets affected by membrane lipids. This is an area where we started work globally, not locally. All the GPC research before us was about pharmacology and cell signaling. We put the lipids into them, and in the last 20 years, we are fortunate to have gone someplace where there are many people in the world who are doing this work. Now, we knew that cholesterol and other lipids can have a modulatory role in the function of cell surface receptors like GPCRs. We also knew some GPCRs like beta-2 adenosine receptor is necessary for entry of a malaria parasite, for example. So we are trying to say, if these receptors are also membrane receptors, will the lipids have an effect on them? That's the early thought. Very naive initial thought. Now, we also knew cholesterol is the essential lipid in higher eukaryotes with fine-tuned structure. What I mean by fine-tuned structure is that it has a very small polar group. All lipids have a polar and non-polar part, and it has only one double bond in the ring, but it's amazingly almost planar, and it has a hydrocarbon tail. It is a very unique lipid in the sense, if you modify any part of cholesterol, as it happens in some patients with some mutations in the enzyme that makes cholesterol, it doesn't behave like cholesterol at all. In fact, in my laboratory, we work with a disease called fatal disease called Smith-Lemli-Opitz syndrome. There, the last enzyme in cholesterol biosynthesis is defective, so the patients have less cholesterol and more the precursor called 7-dehydrocholesterol. Now, generally, we think of disease for more cholesterol. This is a disease of less cholesterol, and most people die by 9 or 10 years, or if the disease is mild, by 30 years or so. But even if you don't die, you have no cognition. So these people, unfortunately, have very low quality of life. And as of today, there is no drug for Smith-Lemli-Opitz syndrome. So it's very interesting how a small defect in the lipid biosynthesis can lead to such fatal disease. Okay, so we knew that cholesterol is a common constituent in various types of membrane domains, including rats. There we talked about Jitu Meyer, and Jitu has done a lot of work on this in NCBS. And we also knew that these domains are, very important for signaling and for entry of pathogens to cell. At least people have shown this for HIV in NIH about 20 years back. So HIV is a global pathogen. Leishmania is more of a local pathogen in some parts of the so-called developing world. So we thought the following. Our hypothesis, we wrote down. An essential first step for an intracellular pathogen to gain entry into the host cell is to be able to cross the cell membrane. So if the pathogen cannot cross the cell membrane, then you cannot infect the cell interior. Just like if a terrorist or a robber wants to enter my home, you have to first enter through the gate. And if the gate is closed well or there is security or something, you cannot cross. That's one. Second, if I can change the membrane composition, the plasma membrane composition and properties, and we know that as membrane biologists, membrane biophysicists, we alter it. Can we modulate the entry of the pathogen? Can pathogen entry be reduced at least, if not nullified, by changing lipid composition? That was the broad idea. Now, idea is fine, but you have to get data for that. So we were empowered by the fact that before we started the work, there are two groups, one in US, both in US actually, one in NIH, one in Evanston, Illinois. They showed that malaria parasite and HIV type 1 introduction or entry into the cell can be modulated or slowed down or reduced by changing lipid composition of the membrane, and they use the lipid cholesterol. So we thought that, what about leishmania? We looked up the literature. and nobody has done it because western is neglected parasite, doesn't affect Americans and Europeans, so people naturally has blocked on this. We took that approach. We reduce cholesterol in host cells because a pathogen has to latch onto a host cell, could be macrophage, could be neutrophil, and we reduce cholesterol. We are experts of that. We can measure cholesterol. We have been doing it for a long time. Our group is very well known for that. And what happens? And this work was started by my student Thomas Pukadil, who is now the chairperson of ISAR Pune Biology Department, who also got Bhatnagar Award two years back. This was not Thomas's thesis work, but he did it for fun. His thesis work was more on GPCRs. So this is a cage of 7 molecules of a carbohydrate. It's a polymer, and this is called methyl beta cyclohexane. How does it encapsulate cholesterol? Shown here. I hope you can see it. So this encapsulates 1 molecule of cholesterol is encapsulated by 2 molecules of methyl beta cyclohexane, and then you can spin them because this is polar, this is non-polar. So a simple spin separates them. If you want to enrich the molecule, not the membrane, not deplete with cholesterol, you can make these in test tube in vitro, and then you treat. And depending on the nature of the membrane, you can enrich to a certain extent cholesterol. And this process is very fast. The kinetics is worked out by people in US about 25 years back. So we knew a lot about this process. So can we use this process to modulate cholesterol levels in host cells? This is what we did. We took J77A1 cells using methyl beta cyclohexane treatment, and we showed that cholesterol content can be reduced in these cells by treatment of certain concentration of MBCD, methyl beta cyclohexane, and it's concentration dependent. So we know cholesterol goes down, and that's not surprising. We can measure cholesterol by a cholesterol oxidase assay in a micropet reader. Important thing is that the infection goes down. That was the novel part. These experiments we did, and this is Thomas those days. Now it looks a little different. We are delighted to see when Thomas did the experiment that the infection, whichever we look at radio-level parasite binding analysis or FACS-treated parasite, so this is the FACS analysis, this is radio-level parasite binding analysis, we clearly see that, and this is of course time course where we have done, the red is the control cells, the blue is the cholesterol depleted cells, blue is always red than the red, okay? So yes, you can inhibit the entry of the parasite to the cell by reducing cholesterol. And we are delighted this we published in this journal. We also got US and Indian patent. Unfortunately, difficult to license because the people are poor, and so companies are very reluctant to license it. But academically, now, interestingly, at that point we had to find a mechanism. Now people thought, well, cholesterol is very important, maybe you're making whole cell membrane. We did the same experiment with E. coli, and we showed that even if we, decrease cholesterol concentration, E. coli entry doesn't change. Non-pathogenic E. coli entry doesn't change. So there's some, and we have done other controls ever since then. So there's something specific about this process that has nothing to do with a general effect or specific effect. And we are quite excited by that. Now we argued that if cholesterol depletion reduces intracellular form of the parasite, then if we argued that the receptors that are needed for entry, and I showed you a list of them, are necessary for this cholesterol. So one of their conformation is on, or they allow the pathogen to entry, other one is off. Now cholesterol binding makes it on to off. Now, if finally we also showed that not only promostigol, but amostigol also changes. Because only promostigol reduction doesn't mean much because infection happens from the amostigol, not from the promostigol. Okay. So then we showed the important thing. If we put back cholesterol, can we get back infection? Well, that was a difficult experiment to do, but we showed as you put back cholesterol, as shown here, infection also goes up. So we could get back 90-95% infection back when we put back cholesterol. So yes, it's more or less reversible. What we are seeing is a matter of cholesterol content of the cell. We are very excited by this time. Then we say, what's the mechanism? We thought that, this cholesterol binds receptors. But can we allow the receptor not to interact with cholesterol by any other way rather than depletion? This is this kind of idea that made us do this experiment, that we'll use something and we'll use a molecule that binds to cholesterol and we'll use it before we do the assay. So this molecule we took was nystatin. Many of you know nystatin. It's a choline antifungal antibiotic. Nystatin sequesters cholesterol or compresses cholesterol but doesn't deplete. So cholesterol is in the membrane but it cannot bind the receptor. Okay? So I told you what nystatin. It interacts with membrane cholesterol to sequester. So we can reduce availability of cholesterol just by binding, by not physical depletion. All right. Now cholesterol sequestration by nystatin reduces, we showed Leishmanian parasite infection. This is just accounts per, this is just promostigos. And you clearly see you don't have to deplete cholesterol. Cholesterol can be in the membrane, but if you cannot interact with the receptors, the infection goes down. Proof of the pudding is eating. And we also showed that anastogot count also goes down. The previous one was monostogot, this is anastogot. So clearly cholesterol binding to the receptors has a big role to play in the entry of these pathogens to the cell. That's the conclusion. Now, many of you know, because amphotericin B and its formulations are used for some kind of drug against leishmaniasis. Nowadays, people modify amphotericin B to reduce side effects. Now, amphotericin B is a choline antibiotic like nystatin, and and people used to believe that it binds ergosterol. So leishmania doesn't have cholesterol, but it has ergosterol, so which is a major steroid in leishmania. Now, we showed that choline antibiotic like nystatin also binds to cholesterol and reduces. So what is the mechanism actually for these amphotericin-based drugs? So what we thought we'll do, and people have shown, not our group, some other group, that amphotericin B binds cholesterol with comparable effect to ergosterol. Change in difference of it is very, very small. So in case of in vivo amphotericin B treatment, both host and parasite membranes are exposed to the antibiotic. So the hypothesis is, could the effect of amphotericin be due to the combination of both sterols, ergosterol and cholesterol, ergosterol from the pathogen, cholesterol from the host? And we did that experiment. This was done in actually Bhaskar Saha's lab in Pune, who had the Leishmania culture. And this is, you can see that as we increase concentration of amphotericin B, you can see by 3 different ways that promostigate counts are decreased. So yes, it is true. Amphotericin B also can help the disease by binding host membrane cholesterol. The take home of all this is, although the development of amphotericin B as a therapy has been there for a long time, and it is a leishmaniasis agent, it is possible that its mechanism is dual mechanism. It of course binds ergosterol and leishmania, but it also binds cholesterol of host membrane. And this is our new conclusion. So therefore, we can reevaluate the mechanism, and whenever you can reevaluate the mechanism of an existing drug, you can repurpose it, you can make sure its effectiveness increases, and that possibility exists, and I believe some companies are trying to do it now. This, of course, a novel thing. So Transient Parasitology invited us for a review, and we did, because cholesterol leishmania infection, we are the first to report. We are happy to see 2 years after our first paper, a group from Iowa, USA, followed us, and they used Leishmania chagashi and showed very similar effects. And they cited us and wrote to us, and we are quite happy that, in this case, we are the first to do this. Now, what is the possible therapeutic implications? Cyclohexidine-like molecules have been shown to be pharmacologically important in the past for treating plaques, atherosclerotic plaques in the cardiac cells. And in fact, topical application of these kind of molecules has been shown to block the transmission of HIV type 1. This was NIH discovery. So even in human pixie disease, which is a genetic disease due to cholesterol storage, cholesterol doesn't get trafficked back to the plasma membrane. It has been used. Could such an application work for leishmania? Yes, it would, provided if we can do only with cells because MBCD will take treatment with MBCD's problem is it will take out cholesterol from all the cells. So right now we are collaborating with a group in Cornell who are trying to make MBCD molecule with the right chemistry that will only be targeted to certain cells. And this work is ongoing. Now, cholesterol biosynthesis in your body is a long process, about 21 enzymes. And the first step is, HMG-CoA. And many of us know about this very popular drug called statins. It's the highest selling drug. It's not now actually not 45. It's over $60 billion per year. Statin is nothing but an inhibitor of HMG-CoA reductase, the first rate-limiting enzyme in the cholesterol biosynthesis pathway. Now, when you treat cells with statins, their cholesterol goes down, but that is depletion not in an acute manner. When it takes a long time, the cells have to respond, and that takes hours, 16 hours, 20 hours. So we thought that that's a more physiological process. So we also did that kind of experiment. We treat host cells with statins, and we show some microscopy here. We clearly see, just a minute, I'll just hide this. Sorry. You can see my slides, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, I just go back.
और present करते हैं.
No, it's just, I did a mistake. I hit, yeah, is it back now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I hit the wrong key, I'm sorry about that. So cholesterol comes down on statin treatment, and when you put back cholesterol again, it goes back. Infection also this is FACS treated FACS assay. So yes, you can also do the same experiment using statins. So statins also will reduce the infection in a cell, provided it happens in that cell. Now, so this is, we did two experiments. We deplete cholesterol, plus enrich cholesterol. And we see in both cases, the infection is low, the control cells is high. So our conclusion is you need optimal amount of membrane cholesterol. This is something that many people have talked about, even for cellular function of some receptors, including us, for GPCR-1 receptor, that the receptor prefers intermediate amount of cholesterol, neither too high, not too low. And this some amount of cholesterol homeostasis that's built into the system. I will tell you in the next 10-15 minutes of my talk a little bit about actin and LHP infection. Actin used to be considered an inert protein long time back, but now it's considered an active part of the membrane. The actin infection has some history that in many infection, actin has been shown to be involved. So we thought we'll ask, what is the role of actin cytoskeleton besides the membrane lipids in the entry of intracellular pathogens? Now, in our lab, we have developed long time back an assay. When a receptor gets activated, actin gets organized. Many of you know that people use phalloidin to stain actin, but there you do not get quantitative information. We have an assay by which we can quantitate F-actin versus G-actin, filamentous versus the granular. So when actually you deplete cholesterol, actin levels also get changed, or vice versa. When people have shown, and we recently have some results which we are writing up now, that if you deplete cholesterol by statin, actin level, actin polymerization changes. The ratio of F to G-actin changes. You don't know that because you have only done experiments with cholesterol, you have measured cholesterol, but nobody measures actin levels. And this changing ratio does a lot of new things in signaling. So we have the asset to control that now. So this is showing for leishmania here that we are changing. Cytocholisin D, many of you know, is a drug that actually depolymerizes actin because it binds to the other end, and we have increasing amounts of cytocholisin D, and you clearly see that actin stress fibers are being broken. This is a quantitative in the measure of that. As we increase cytocholisin D, you can see F-actin coming down. Now F-actin is coming down, but infection is also coming down, shown here. I must take it down. So as actin levels come down, shown in this micrograph, infection levels also come down, And we can actually correlate that. We did that correlation. This one axis is effect in volume. We say volume, but actually it's concentration. And this is the MST code. And you can see fairly good correlation. So the take-home lesson is, so this is a bit technical. This is our essay. If anybody is interested, I can talk, or you can email me. I'm not going to talk in this way. So if you destabilize actin cytoskeleton, this internalization also doesn't happen. There are many diseases where actin is destabilized actually, and that's known already. So this provides a new angle. Okay, I will just tell you, but just as a control, we also make sure that under these conditions of cytokeratin D, the viability of the cells are okay, and the E. coli, again our control, nothing happens. So the change we are making in actin is not global. It's a mild change, but because this cholesterol and actin are related, we are seeing the effect. Now we have recently shown, now we have started working microbacterium, thanks to my collaborator in CCMB, Dr. Raghu Tirumalai, who runs the microbacterium lab, that even for Mycobacterium sphygmatis, this actin cytoskeleton change prevents entry of Mycobacterium to the host cells. And this paper is just getting accepted. So I'll just end my talk in the next 5 minutes by telling a little bit about Mycobacterium. So many of you know Mycobacterium is a very major causative in the major problem in the world. It's a major cause of mortality and morbidity. At some point we thought this organism is gone, but that's not true anymore. Even in countries like US and Europe, you have Mycobacterium. It could be latent, so you don't know this, but the mechanism of latency to dormant to active is still being worked out. Again, very bad for immune compromised patients, and we work sometimes on M. sphygmatis, which is a relevant model to examine the entry of Mycobacterium, because the genes that share the cell envelope and the entry level, Mycobacterium sphygmatis and tuberculosis share those genes. So it's a good model for looking at entry. So this is our work with Raghu, and we first showed that membrane cholesterol inhibits entry of Mycobacterium sphygmatis, but not E. coli. This is E. coli. This is Mycobacterium sphygmatis. So again, like Leishmania, when you decrease cholesterol, it doesn't enter. Now, and E. coli is our control. Now, even if we show here that we complex the cholesterol by amphotericin B, we still see the same effect. But E. coli, we don't see the same effect. So again, the same principle. This is non-pathogen dependent. It's more dependent on the host cells. And that's one of the advantages of that is, as I said in the beginning, most of the vaccines have a problem in these cases because there's drug resistance. Drug resistance comes from nucleic acid memory. Remember, proteins have a genetic code and they are genetically related to the gene. But lipids are made by proteins, enzymes, which have a genetic memory. Lipids don't have any genetic memory. So if you deplete a lipid, there is no drug resistance. And that's an advantage of this method. Again, for Mycobacterium, if we enrich, we don't see. So even if we deplete, if we enrich, meaning we increase cholesterol level, you see that the infection goes down. So this is just to show viability is not affected. So our model here is cholesterol depleted. So optimum membrane cholesterol has a maximum number of entries. So cholesterol should be maintained at a certain level for this process to be optimum. And if you deplete or go up physiologically, then you will have these effects. Now, little bit of mechanism here. I told you these receptors are important, but what is that these receptors, how do these receptors interact with cholesterol? So we found out some motifs called crack motifs, which are shown here. These crack motifs bind cholesterol, and if they are in the receptor domain. And we found that at least for GPCRs, all GPCRs that show cholesterol dependence has the crack motifs. And we recently in a Science Advance paper this year we showed I'm sorry, not this year, last year, 2021, June, we showed that one of the crack proteins is responsible for GPCR cholesterol signaling. Now here we are showing that even the receptors that help leishmania and mycoplasma to go to internalize, they have crack proteins, multiple of them. Of course, having a crack protein doesn't mean it will always bind cholesterol. You have to do mutations and others tries to find, and that we plan to do. But so if you can find out the crack motif or binding site that actually does the cholesterol sensitivity of the entry, then perhaps we'll have a handle on this. So this possible mechanism I've already said that the receptors will have two broad conformations. One is cholesterol dependent, one is cholesterol independent, one allows pathogenicity, one doesn't. And so we postulate that these conformations are local in nature, very subtle changes. It's not global changes involving subtle changes in secondary structure. And this is modified here. I do not want to exceed time. You people are patiently listening to all the lectures. This is my present group and some of the collaborators. We get money from all sources. Many of you have come to see, many of you haven't. This is our laboratory in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is a twin city of Secunderabad and Hyderabad, joined by a lake called Vidyasagar Lake. The statue of Buddha, which is supposed to be the largest monolithic, that is one stone statue of Buddha. I'll end my talk with a bit of advertisement about my lab. I am a CSR partner fellow now, so we have got some nice grants, and interested people, postdocs and students can write to me. We have some opportunity to hire them. Now I will end my talk and stop sharing, or may not stop sharing, depending on the question. And if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Somnath, hello.
Yeah, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay, for your very, very nice and outstanding informative presentations. So, as we are running late, I may ask for one question.
Okay. I'll stop the slide sharing.
Yes, sir.
Right. Yes.
Any question?
You can also write me an email if you have a question, if time is limited.
Any question?
Somebody has raised a hand. Porimal. Porimal Dua.
Porimal Dua, is there any question from you?
No, sir, I have no questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay, for your nice presentations. Thank you very much from our department as well as myself.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the invitation.
So our next speaker, Professor Manoj Chakraborty. Let me introduce Professor Chakraborty. Dr. Manoj Chakraborty, currently Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee Fellow, DST ISKA, former ICMR medical scientist, emeritus medical scientist, is highly reputed for his work. He served as the director, National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases, NICED, one of the leading national biomedical research institute, especially in enteric disease in India, where he provided dynamic leadership to 15 research groups conducting translational research programs to discover and understand the molecular mechanism involved in enteric diseases, including diarrhea. In his 34 years with ICMR in various capacities, Dr. Chakraborty made several pivotal contributions. His work led to the development of a cheap and efficacious candidate vaccine against shigellosis, whose potential has been acknowledged globally. For his deep expertise in this area, he was invited to write an article on vaccine development in methods in molecular biology in the 2016 by Springer publication, New York, USA. His research on further development of ORS has made an impact in the field of Dr. Chakraborty's work on potassium channel is of therapeutic value. Moreover, his work has a great potential on the possibility of development of a non-hemolytic variant of TDTH and a protease as novel agent in the therapy of human colorectal cancer in future. Dr. Chakraborty's outstanding contribution to science in general and diarrheal disease in particular has been recognized by his being elected to the Fellowship of the National Academy of Science, FNSC, India, and West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology, FSCT, and Indian Science Congress Association, FISC. He was the General Secretary of Indian Science Congress Association in 2010-2013 and General President ISCA in the year 2018 and 2019. Presently serving as ISCA as a permanent council member. Because of his contribution in the area of enteric diseases, he was elected as the President Section of Physiology of the Indian Science Congress Association in the 2001 and 2002. He published more than 100 original papers in the area of his research, as well as book chapters and review articles. He has 2 national and 1 international patent on Shigella vaccine. In short, Dr. Chakraborty is believed by his peers to be a pioneer and national leader in the study of intestinal cell and molecular biology and its relevance for diarrhea and enteric diseases. So, with these few words, I invite Professor Manoj Chakraborty to start his scientific achievements. Professor Chakraborty, platform is yours. Please.
Thank you, Professor Rai, for your nice introductory remarks. So, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers, especially Professor Chandradeepa Ghosh and other faculty members of the Department of Human Physiology for inviting me to talk to you at this webinar. When Professor Ghosh invited me for this lecture, at that time I had an operation and I was sick at that time, and I was thinking whether I should join this meeting or not. But I had to say yes, because I am associated with, all of you know that I am associated with the Department of Physiology of Vidyasagar University since 1991. And I know that how this university has developed during this time. And I am also associated with the Department of Microbiology, Department of Biomedical Sciences, and Nutrition. So I have seen in those days, Professor Rai, who is the chairman of this session, I know Professor Somnath Rai, Professor Prakash Thana, Professor Poti in the Department of Botany, how they started their research from almost no infrastructural facilities. But now for the students I am telling, you cannot believe what type of facilities they had in those days. But in spite of that, I find Debashish is attending this meeting. He was a student at that time of Vidyasagar University. Now he is a professor of Tripura University. I know several students of that time. They are teaching in Jawaharlal Nehru University and some other very good universities in India and abroad. So I congratulate all the faculties and staff of the Department of Physiology. Now, my title of my talk is 75 years of independence of India and advancement of our knowledge in health research. So before going into the topic, I would like to mention that when we 75 years back, when we became independent, at that time our economy we inherited a shattered economy, and in those days we were lucky that our policy makers, they decided to increase to enrich the infrastructural facilities of our country and to make a large number of human resources. That's why they started funding, they started establishing different IITs, then All India Institute of Medical Sciences, different universities. So that's why we are now having all the facilities of doing very good research. But in those days, it was very difficult to do research. All of you know that before independence, the scientists of our country like Jagdish Chandra Bose, C.V. Raman, Prafullo P.C. Rai, they had to meet their own arrangement for research. I will not go into the details of those things, but I would like to mention that in spite of having all these infrastructural facilities and all these universities and research institutes, still we are far away from the, if we compare our facilities, number of our scientists with the advanced countries, we are far away from them. There is a data that in Japan, there are 3,500 scientists exist per million of Japanese. And in USA, it is 2,600 scientists per million. In Europe, it is 1,500 per million. But in case of India, still it is less than 100. It is unfortunate that at one time in 2013, I remember the then Honorable Prime Minister, he announced that our budget for research will be increased to 2% of our GDP. but unfortunately, still it is 1 point or almost 1.1 or 1. So another thing is that in 2012-2013, I would like to mention this thing because several students are attending this seminar, that they should have an idea about our condition. In 2012 and 13, DST, Department of Science and Technology, they hired Thomson Reuters to evaluate our research. And their observation, I'm not going into the details of those observations. Only thing I would like to mention that in biomedical science and in life sciences, their observation was that there were ample scope to improve our research in life science. But I have one justification for that because of that achievement, less achievement in life science. You all of you know that Department of Biotechnology started in 1986. And when we were students, when we started doing our PhD in 76, 77, in those days, it was very difficult to procure equipment, chemicals, etc. The institute or universities had to give one certificate that those equipment or those chemicals are not being produced in our country. That's why we have to procure those things from outside. So it took a long time. And one CSIR institute CSIR center was there in Patel Chest Institute. I remember they used to procure a large amount of chemicals from rare chemicals from outside. And they used to keep those things with them, and they used to distribute to the other institutes. The only thing we had to purchase those things. But it was very difficult to get the rare chemicals in good condition. This is the experience we faced as a research fellow at NICED. So another thing is that we know that innovation is a must for the advancement of a country. Now you may tell that lot of patents should be given lot of importance. But when we started doing research in our as a scientist in 1982, and in those days, the only thing, it was either you publish or perish. So the scientists had a great interest in publishing. Very few scientists went for doing patents and other things, very few. But now the things are changed. A few years back, government of India has taken a decision that patents should be given, the translational research should be given importance, and patents should be given its due importance. That's why things are changed. Now you will find almost all research institutes, universities, they are going for patents. Now you may tell that what you will be doing with those patents if they are not commercialized. But in USA, I would like to mention one data. Even in United States, only 1 to 2% of the patents are being commercialized. In spite of that, they are earning a lot from those 1 to 2% of patents, commercialized patents. So As I will be talking on the achievement of health science research, you will find, if you go to the internet, you will find that what type of achievements we have made during this period India has achieved. You will find that we have eradicated smallpox. We have the indicator, our child mortality rate has decreased. Life expectancy has increased. Then smallpox and polio has been eradicated. Kala-Azar cases has been decreased. That way you will find. So before going into, as I have been working for the last 40 years in the diarrheal disease research, I will go to the activities what we did in diarrheal disease research, and some of the great achievements done by our scientists. I will mention that afterwards. So before that, I would like to mention that infant mortality rate has been reduced to 28.77 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2020, from 150 deaths per 1,000 live births in 1950. It's a great achievement. Life expectancy was only 40 years in 1950, but in 2021, it is almost 70 years for men and 72 years for women. I understand due to COVID, this life expectancy has been reduced by almost 2 years. Now, all of us know that smallpox has been eradicated. India started National Smallpox Eradication Program in 1962 with the target of vaccination of the entire population in next 3 years. But it could not be covered extensively by that time. The last naturally occurring case of smallpox was reported in 1977. In 1980, WHO declared that smallpox had been eradicated. India had over, at one time in 1974, India had over 86% of the world's smallpox cases, primarily due to epidemic. By the 1975, an operation was started named Target Zero, and by 1979, India stopped the production of smallpox vaccine. In case of polio, vaccination against polio started in 1985 with expanded program of immunization, EPI. By 1999, it covered about 60% of infants. Last case of polio was detected in 2011. It could only be possible by the dedicated service of health professionals. Though another achievement is on Kala-Azar. Kala-Azar has been a serious medical and public health problem in India since historical times. The National Health Policy 2002 set the goal of Kala-Azar elimination in India by the year 2010. This was revised. It could not be achieved. And again, it was revised in 2015. Still, we are having Kala-Azar cases. However, it is decreasing. Now there are 724 cases. In 2014, it was 9,241. In case of National TB elimination program in India, Government of India initiated National Tuberculosis Program in India as an health initiative. And this program has a vision of achieving a TB-free India by 2025. But I don't think by 2025 it will be achieved. Maybe it will be extended. But ultimately, the way the government has taken the initiative, that definitely TB will be at certain time, TB will be eliminated, eradicated from our country. Then leprosy also, in case of leprosy, it is known through, leprosy has been known through ages, primarily as it causes deformity. With the advent of MDT in 1982, the National Leprosy Eradication Program was launched in 1983. Prevalence rate reduced from over 24 out of 10,000 population in 1991. It has come down to 0.57 per 10,000 population in March 2020. It is also a great achievement. Now, in case of cholera and other diseases, as I told you earlier, that I am associated with National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases for the last for almost 40 years. So I will briefly mention the great achievement which has been done in case of cholera and other diarrheal diseases. Now, due to the advancement of our knowledge, the problem of diarrheal definitely has been reduced, but diarrheal diseases still constitute one of the greatest cause of morbidity and mortality on a global scale. In Time magazine, it was published a few years back that diarrhea kills more young children around the world than malaria, AIDS, and TB combined. And you may ask questions that we know. If we have oral rehydration solution, we have intravenous saline solution, we have antibiotics in our hand, then why the diarrhea? And we know in details about the diarrheal diseases. So why still it is a problem for us? There are several causes. One is non-pathogenic organisms, the organisms which were at one time which were known as non-pathogenic organism, they are becoming pathogenic. Now you will find, if you go through the net, you will find that there are several diseases are emerging, the two types of emerging and re-emerging diseases. In case of diarrheal diseases, in 1992, if you take dirty water from any place, you will find lot of Vibrio cholerae, which is Vibrio cholerae is the causative organism of cholera. But these Vibrio cholerae strains are non-O1 Vibrio cholerae strains. They are not virulent. They are available in almost all dirty waters. But those strains could not produce diarrhea. So they were not given any importance. But in 1992, an epidemic broke out in India first, in Calcutta first, then Chennai, then it spreaded throughout India, and it spreaded almost throughout the world. And what we found, and this was done by the scientists of our institute, what we found that this organism, these diarrheal cases, and I should mention here that for in one hospital data, the infectious diseases hospital Calcutta, 45,000 patients admitted to that hospital, in one hospital. Forget about the other hospitals in India. And out of that, those admission, almost 2,000 patients died. And what is the cause of that diarrhea? It was found that that epidemic was done by a non-O1 Vibrio cholerae, which I mentioned earlier, that these organisms were not given any importance earlier because they could not produce diarrhea. But that organisms became diarrheagenic, and they produced an epidemic which spread throughout the world. So another thing is, so this organism is known as O139. Why it is O139, I am not going into the details of that thing. It will take much time. So emergence of another problem is emergence of drug-resistant bacteria. In cholera case, in Vibrio cholerae, Vibrio cholerae, the incidence of cholera due to tetracycline furazolidine resistant strains of Vibrio cholerae O139. Furazolidine and tetracycline were the drug of choice for Vibrio cholerae O139 or Vibrio cholerae strain. But they are becoming resistant to those antibiotic and other antibiotics. And antibiotic resistance is a big problem from Shigella bacteria, which causes invasive diarrhea. Blood and mucus diarrhea occurs due to Shigella bacteria. Now, Shigella bacteria is becoming resistant to almost all antibiotics. So we had last epidemic of shigellosis in 1985. Last epidemic, lot of people died. But we don't know if we face any type of Shigella epidemic now, we will be having lot of problem because most of these organisms are drug resistant to the most of the antibiotics. So another thing is appropriate, but now it is changed. Appropriate, effective, long-acting vaccines against diarrheal diseases are not available. Now it is not true. We are having Shankol, the vaccine against cholera. There also there is a story I should mention that always we will find our scientists are working day and night to in their laboratory. In spite of that, the some of the policymakers, they have the idea that, and the laymen, they have an idea that Indian scientists did nothing after independence. That is not true. Indian scientists are doing lot of studies and lot of contributions they are making. Here, I will mention one thing. I was talking about vaccine. That's why I will mention. Now you will find a vaccine, that Shankol vaccine, which I mentioned. This vaccine, cholera vaccine, is a heat-killed vaccine. Heat-killed vaccine, and orally it is administered. Some of you might be knowing the name of S. Mukherjee. S. Mukherjee, he was at one time the director of our institute, and earlier he was associated he was a scientist. He is a medical person, and he was a scientist at IICB at that time, Indian Institute of Experimental Medicine. Now it is Indian Institute of Chemical Biology. Now he was a scientist there, and he was the father of phage, cholera phage. He identified, he isolated cholera phages, and he phage typing was the discovery of that Professor Mukherjee. Now, Professor Mukherjee, he isolated one strain from river Ganges, the water of river Ganges, and he named it environmental water sample 4. He used that EW4. It's a Vibrio cholerae stain, but could not produce diarrhea. So he had an idea that I can use that stain to produce a vaccine. And he himself drank the cholera bacteria. That is a big story. He made a vaccine with that EW6 and orally administered. And he found that oral administration of that EW6 could give a very good protection against cholera. Immediately, it was published in WHO Bulletin. But nobody accepted his observation. Throughout the world, no diarrheal scientist accepted his observation. And now you see, and it was not government of India did not fund a single paisa for carrying out any clinical trial or any work with that EW6. But after, see what happened to Shankol, this vaccine was developed. This vaccine was developed by Swedish group of scientists. It's a heat-kill bacteria. They found that oral administration of this heat-kill bacteria could give protection, and they got a lot of funds to make it in a large-scale production, to get it in large scale. And the vaccine, they made clinical trial with that vaccine, and it was a successful clinical trial in Vietnam. And then what happened? That vaccine, that technology has been taken by our country, and one company that is, I think it's Bharat Biotech. They started producing this vaccine, and this vaccine, we made clinical trial at our institute with that vaccine, heat-kill vaccine, oral heat-kill vaccine. The concept which was given by the Dr. S. Mukherjee in 1968, that vaccine we are having in the market maybe in 2007 or 8. So this type of thing also happened. So we should not undermine our scientists. Our scientists are trying their best to trying our best to get best in their field. But in spite of that, it is being said that the scientists in India, after independence, did nothing. So another thing is, so as I am talking about diarrheal diseases, already I have mentioned the problem of diarrheal disease. And we are having a vaccine now, Shankol against cholera. And in our laboratory, that I will tell you later on, after telling some other discoveries. Another thing is Dr. Great work done by, that is also after independence, not before independence. After independence, this work was done. Shambhunath De. Some of you might be knowing the name of Professor Shambhunath De. Shambhunath De, what he did, it's a great discovery. He's one of the greatest discovery after independence by an Indian scientist. He was head of the Department of Pathology in the Calcutta Medical College. Shambhunath De, all of us know that in 1884, the Vibrio cholerae, the causative organism of cholera, was identified and discovered by Robert Koch. And there is a story also. The Robert Koch actually, Robert Koch came to Calcutta, got the sample from here in the Beleghata region. And at that time, in the month of May, it was very hot. So his media could not be solidified. So he went to Darjeeling, and there he did his experiment. He isolated some bacteria in his plate. He went to Germany with those, and he confirmed that those are the organisms which were producing the cholera. And the cholera bacteria, that is Vibrio cholerae, was identified and discovered. But all of you know that when, especially for the students, I am telling that when an organism, which is a pathogenic organism, is identified, in case of COVID also, you have found out that immediately the how COVID is, how the virus is working, and what is the structure of that virus, and how we can make one drug against this vaccine, how we can make a vaccine against this virus. This type of studies immediately started. So at that time, think about 1884. At that time, cholera was killing, was a devastating disease. It was killing thousands and thousands and thousands of people. So immediately, scientists throughout the world, they started working on cholera, on this organism, and they wanted to find out what is the pathogenic mechanism of that organism and how it is producing the disease. Why it is required? If we know that how the disease is being produced, then a drug or vaccine can be produced against to combat that disease. But unfortunately, I am repeating, we had to wait for 72 years to know that Vibrio cholerae secretes a toxin which was producing the disease. This discovery was done by Professor Shambhunath De. Dr. De, what he did, first of all, he made one animal model. The animal model is that in the rabbit, he anesthetized the rabbits, and he took the ileum part of the intestine, and he made different loops. He tied, avoiding the capillaries so the blood do not come out. So he tied the loops in different, and he tied the intestine, and he made different loops. And he injected in one loop, he injected the live Vibrio cholerae culture, where the media is there, bacteria is there, everything is there. And in another loop, he injected only the culture filtrate, where bacteria was not there. So what he found, in the next day, In the next day, he found that accumulation of cholera-like water accumulated in both the loops. Then it means that the life culture, definitely it will come, but in the culture filtered where no bacteria was there, so definitely the bacteria has secreted something, some toxin or something which was the cause of this secretory diarrhea. So he immediately published his observation in Nature, and he started purifying this toxin. But unfortunately, at that time, that to purify a toxin, the starting material should have a higher amount of toxin, protein, so that it can be purified easily. But in that time, unfortunately, classical cholera was not there. Eltor Vibrio cholerae came, which was producing less amount of toxin. And another thing, in those days, to purify an unknown protein was very difficult. So he collaborated with a scientist, and now he is Professor Amitav Sen in the chemistry, who was the head of chemistry of Basu Institute. And he used, both of them collaborated, but unfortunately they could not purify this cholera toxin. This cholera toxin was purified by Finkelstein in 1969. We came to know about toxin in 1956, but this was purified in 1969. Now, when we did not give any importance till he died, Professor Sommanath, they died in 1986. Up to 1986, he did not get any recognition from any organization of our country. It is very much unfortunate. When he died, Garfield, the editor of Current Contents, he wrote an article of 6 pages, and he wrote that if Sommanath they could purify cholera toxin, he would get Nobel Prize definitely. But unfortunately, when it was published, and he made all this, he wrote about the importance of this observation. And I should mention here, this observation is not only important for the diarrheal disease scientist, but it is important for the microbiologist also, because from that observation we came to know that a gram-negative organism, Vibrio cholerae is a gram-negative organism. This gram-negative organism also secretes exotoxin. Earlier, it was believed that gram-negative organisms, they produce the disease by the endotoxin. So when it was known, when that article came out, then our research institute, we also organized one international meeting by collaborating with IICB and Basu Institute, and he received his due honor after his death. So another information I would like to, that is also a great discovery, I would like to mention about oral rehydration solution. All of us know that oral rehydration solution in everywhere, all of us know that if diarrhea, in case of diarrhea, we should, or in case of any water loss, dehydration, we should take oral rehydration solution. But how this, how we came to know about this, how it was developed. A group of physiologists, we know the transport of ion across the membrane is a hot field. Still it is a hot field. And we know that water is also, there are several transporter proteins have been discovered. Water is also being transported by aquaporin, and now we know a lot. But at that time it was not known. And a group of physiologists, they were working on the transport of ions across the membrane. What they found, this was by chance. By chance they found, when they added glucose in the media, they found the transport of sodium ion increased along with the water. So immediately they confirmed their observation, and immediately they published it. And when it was published, a diarrheal disease scientist, Captain Phillips, he thought that we are, in case of diarrhea, the water, it should be rehydrated. And as and our great grandmother, they also had an idea that in case of diarrhea, we should take saline water. But that saline water could do nothing. That water, that saline water could not be absorbed, and it could not rectify the dehydration. It could not rehydrate. So that's why, but when it was known that if glucose is added to the solution, to the media, that then the transport of sodium ion increases along with water. So Captain Philip used that, he added glucose to the saline water, and he treated his patient with this saline, with this glucose plus saline, and he could rehydrate his patients. But you will be astonished to know that Dr. Hemendranath Chatterjee, he was the head of the cholera unit of Calcutta National Medical College. He, at that time, no idea, scientists had no idea, doctors had no idea that glucose should be given to the saline water, which can enhance the absorption of sodium along with water. But Hemendranath Chatterjee, in 1953, he added glucose to saline water, and he treated his patient. And he did a clinical trial, and he found a very positive observation that glucose enhanced, that the patient could be rehydrated by giving oral saline solution with glucose. He immediately published that observation, but it was not accepted by the scientific community, especially the scientists from advanced country did not recognize that observation. But when it was shown by a group of American physiologists that glucose, addition of glucose enhances sodium absorption and along with water, immediately it was accepted by the whole world because it's true. And then the oral rehydration has been developed, and a lot of scientists were involved in the development of oral rehydration solution. At one time, another thing, I don't know I have time or not. Somnath,
Please continue.
How much time I can talk? How much time I have?
No time.
Okay, I'll continue. Please tell me. I'll stop.
No.
Please tell me. Okay. So when we came to the several scientists, and now before going into the, for the students I am telling, when the bacteria enters through the mouth, they process our host defense mechanism. Several host defense mechanisms are there. They process that mechanism. They go to the intestine. There are their receptor, GM1 receptors are there in the intestine. They attaches, this bacteria attaches to the intestine, and they start colonizing there. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, that way they colonize. And during colonization, they secrete cholera toxin. This toxin then inhibits toxin. Now we know the details of mechanism of action. I am not going into the details. It causes ADP ribosylation, and it has come in the textbook also. So this cholera toxin cannot enter into our blood. Cannot enter into our blood. Cholera toxin from there, it attaches to its receptor, and it inhibits the absorption of sodium ion. Immediately, think about a certain time when sodium is outside of the intestine, sodium is in higher amount. So immediately, to keep the osmotic equilibrium, water will come from inside to the outside. And millions and billions of cells are involved. So lot of water comes out. And this water, we have reabsorptive capacity of our colon. Colon, so much water comes out, they overcome the reabsorptive capacity of the colon, and the water goes out. That way, cholera, diarrheal disease occurs in case of secretory diarrhea, especially cholera. But here, when this oral rehydration solution was developed, the first maybe 5, 7, 8 years back, it was isoosmolar to plasma, that is 300 millimoles. You will find in the packet 300, generally oral rehydration solution is 311 millimoles. Now this, at that time, why it was this isoosmolar solution was used? Because it was thought that if it is hypoosmolar, then water will, if the oral rehydration solution is hypoosmolar, then water will go inside. The patient will get highly hydrated. So it may cause, especially for the children, for adults it will not do anything, but for the children it will cause that hyponatremia. But if this oral dehydration solution is hyperosmolar, then water will come from the inside. More water will come from inside to the outside. So the patient will, especially children, will be hypernatremic. It is very difficult. Several children died at one time due to this hyponatremia or hypernatremia. This was the idea. Then we in our laboratory, we also did several studies on oral rehydration solution, and we and other groups of scientists, we found that if the solution is made a little bit hypoosmolar, then nothing will happen. It has better effect, because more water will go inside, and it will rehydrate the patient more easily. So immediately this observation we did it in the animal studies we did, and it was accepted. It was then clinical studies were done, several clinical studies throughout the world it was done, and it was found that if it is if oral rehydration solution is little bit hypoosmolar, then it is more effective. Now in the market you will find hypoosmolar oral rehydration solution. it varies from 250 to 280 milliosmol. So after that, oral rehydration solution. So at one time, it was very difficult because for the children, oral rehydration solution, doctors did not dare to use oral rehydration solution to rehydrate children because 10% of the if water is lost by 10% from a adult or from a child, immediately he or she will be in a severe dehydration. So they initially they did not take any risk. Even I remember at one time WHO.
Yes. Please concise your talk.
Okay.
Please concise your talk.
How much time I have? 10 minutes?
Yes.
10
yes.
minutes?
Okay.
10 minutes. Okay. Definitely by 10 minutes. So, Dr. Dilip Mohalonebis, this was also done after independence in 1971 when cholera, when the Bangladesh war was going on. Lakhs and lakhs of refugees came to India, and they were in those refugee camps. Dr. Dilip Mohalonebis did a study with the children, and he showed that by that or this oral dehydration can save the life of children. They don't need the intravenous saline solution. Oral rehydration can save lakhs of thousands of children in the refugee camp, and it was accepted by the whole world. Now oral rehydration is being used to treat dehydration in children, and Dr. Mohalonebis received several Pulitzer Pauline Prize, something like that, from New York, and from Thailand also he received a prize, and this was also a great achievement in the field of epidemiology. Now, very briefly, what we have done in shigellosis, I will tell, and I think within 5 minutes I can finish this thing. It was known earlier. Nobody believed throughout the world in advance. I'm talking about the advanced country. They did not believe that oral administration of heat kill bacteria can give us protection against shigellosis. In our laboratory, we established one animal model of shigellosis, which is very good model, highly reproducible model. By using that model, we showed that heat-killed Shigella flexneri 2A could give 100% protection against shigellosis. Immediately, then in diarrheal cases, as diarrhea is caused by several organisms and shigellosis is caused by 4 serotypes of Shigella, immediately a vaccine was developed, candidate vaccine was developed by using those serotypes, and it was found that vaccine could give protection against those Shigella bacteria, and it has been accepted from ICMR by Hillman Laboratory. And what I understand, I retired, although I'm associated with the institute for the last 7 years, but I retired in 2014 and continued to 2015. I understand that this has been accepted to a clinical trial has already been started in an African country, and so we are hopeful that this will give this will come up as a very good vaccine against shigellosis. Another thing is, as the diarrhea is caused by several organisms, so another concept is there about subunit vaccine. So we identified the antigen, we purified it, and we hyper expressed it, and we made nano complex with the alginate and pitocin, and what we found that this nano complex is giving very good protection against shigellosis, and this can be used as a subunit vaccine along with some other bacteria, and this has been patented, and this vaccine is also has been taken up by the same Hillman laboratory. So we are hopeful that maybe within a few years we will be having a vaccine against shigellosis. With these few words, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to talk to you at this webinar. Thank you. Thank you,
Professor Chakraborty. Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for your very, very outstanding, informative, and nice presentations. So as we are late, so I invite one or two questions from the platform. So any question from webinar platform?
I think there will be no question because these are all, I just made some gossiping, but my attitude was to show the young students that definitely it is being said. And all of us know that a few years back, one of our Honorable President of India, although we understand this was raised just to raise this issue to give to stimulate the Indian scientists. So what I wanted to tell the young friends that Indian scientists, or he may be in the university, he may be in the research institute, he may be in other laboratories. They are trying their best to achieve something. And another thing I should mention here, we cannot tell that just now whether a scientist has achieved something which may fetch Nobel Prize. How can we tell that? And Professor Rai, nobody starts their work, no scientist starts their work in the laboratory to get Nobel Prize. Most of the Nobel Prize discoveries is received by them. Those are the chance discovery. Just like you see the oral rehydration solution, the glucose. They added glucose. This is the chance discovery.
Professor Chakraborty, Professor Vicky Sarkar wants to ask a question to you. She has raised hand. Madam, please.
BTD will ask a question. Yes.
How many children die from diarrhea now? What is the percentage of children?
Lot of children die. And last data I am telling you, IDSP, integrated diarrheal surveillance program is there. If there is any diarrhea case in India, immediately the laboratory or the university or any they will have to report that thing to IDSP. If you go to the internet in the IDSP website, you will find that every year uh, 40 to no 400, almost 400, 400 to 600 epidemic, maybe in a thought happens of diarrhea occurs every year, and lot of children die. Maybe my data will be a little bit earlier. I got it. 1.5 million children died. At one time, maybe a few years back, it was 1.5 million children throughout the world.
And the main
Dr.
reasons
Chakraborty,
are
one of our ex-students have sent a question in a chat box that is the about the future of the phage therapy against antibiotic resistance.
Well, it's a very good thing. Now, phage therapy, already this concept came from Russian scientists, and they are collaborating with some of the scientists in India, and the group which are working on phage. I know one person at our institute. He has been working on phage therapy. So there is a chance of getting something, something is from there, but we don't know. Actually, in biological science, it's very difficult to say 2 + 2 = 4 in biological science. So maybe it may work or it may not work. But some scientists are working in the development of phage therapy.
So if there is no question, I again thank Professor Chakraborty, Professor Chattopadhyay, and
Professor Roy.
Yes.
Professor Shortcut has some question. Professor Shortcut has some questions.
Professor Roy.
Sir.
Yes.
If you kindly permit, just a quick comments and query to Professor Chakraborty. Can I?
Yes, please.
Professor Chakraborty, indeed excellent story and the real facts very lucidly very pointed out by you. And I understand you also mentioned the contribution of the cholera toxin discovery and things. Like my precise question is, I think you are very much aware of Professor Nirmal Ganguly and Professor Amit Ghosh, who is still there in NICED. Their excellent attempt of making a cholera vaccine based on the the GM1 cholera toxin interactions and so. So do you think, with what's said and done, cholera vaccine is needed or not? Because I have seen the sufferings in the remote villages when I was school. People used to die out of cholera from the very poor section of those. But even in general also. So whether cholera vaccine is needed or not?
I'm first of all, I should tell about Amit's work. They have developed a vaccine. Definitely, the vaccine was working very well, and one clinical trial was also done. In that also, it worked good, and I don't know why it was not given any importance. And you have mentioned the name of Professor Nirmal Ganguly along with Amita, but I should mention here, unfortunately, Professor Ganguly at that time did not help having this vaccine in the field. So these are already I have mentioned that Professor S. Mukherjee in 1968 he developed one vaccine which was not accepted by any scientist, diarrheal disease scientists or other scientists throughout the world. But same concept, from that same concept, one vaccine was developed in Sweden. When we accepted that vaccine has been clinical trial. We did clinical trial with that vaccine, and it is now in the market. So these are all unfortunate things in Indian science. And,
but what I can
related to Professor Dr. Amit Ghosh, so I know everything about that vaccine. So it was a very good.
Professor Chakravarti, I fully agree with you. But even if I have the route with the village and I visit sometime, and I now don't see any death, maybe not at all a death out of cholera these days in the community, in the village community.
Definitely noted. But if the number of cholera cases are high, then definitely generally some people, they don't use oral rehydration solution. Most of them go to the hospital, and there is a study that to treat one patient, 39 saline bottles are required. This is an average. 20 to 30. So it's a huge money is involved. So, and another thing I have mentioned, that if you go through the IDSP data, in IDSP data, you will find that 400 to 600, 400 to, I am telling you. Yes, 400 to 600 diarrheal epidemic breaks out every year, and out of that, 60 to 70% is due to cholera cases. So if you tell me that I don't think it should come into our this immunization program. It should not come. But where there is now surveillance programs are there, so we will be knowing that where cholera has started. So in the adjacent area, this vaccine can be given.
Chandradeepa, is there any question in chat box?
Thank you.
Chandradeepa, is there any question? Is there any question?
No, another question was there, just a very simple question. What is the difference between cholera vaccine and rotavirus vaccine? What is the difference between cholera vaccine and rotavirus vaccine? One of our students, ex-students asked.
No, this is rotavirus. This is a virus, and the cholera is a bacteria. So that's definitely the vaccine.
So thank you all the speakers, Professor Vidyasagar Sarkar, Professor Amitav Chattopadhyay, and Professor Manoj Chakraborty.
Probably she was asking for her child, for her girl child, or for a child actually. Which one will be appropriate for her baby? She was asking like that. Cholera vaccine and rotavirus vaccine. Now, rotavirus vaccine is not introduced nowadays.
So thank you very much for patient hearing. So Upasana, please continue. Hello. So what to you and continue.
Yes, I'll request Sumona ma'am to continue the session, ending session. I'll request Sumona ma'am to continue the ending session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you all have enjoyed our one-day national webinar, Post-Independence Era of Research in Health Sciences in India. On behalf of the entire fraternity of the department, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers, Professor Devi Prasad Sarkar, Professor Amitav Chattopadhyay, and Professor Manoj Kumar Chakraborty, who spared time from their busy schedule to grace this occasion. I will also like to extend thanks to Dr. Somnath Roy, our founder member and chairperson of this webinar, for chairing the technical session. Professor Roy has been a source of constant support and inspiration for our department. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers for their excellent presentation and making this seminar successful. I also thank our departmental head, Professor Chandrika Ghosh, for her guidance and moral support. Professor Sujata Maiti Chaudhuri, Joint Convener, and Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sinha for their involvement and assistance for this event. We have been very fortunate to have Professor Sibaji Pratim Basu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jayanta Bhushan Nandi, Registrar, Dean of Science, Professor Satyajit Saha, Dean of Arts and Commerce, Professor Kapil Kumar Dubey, and our special guest, Professor Prakash Chandra Dhara. I take this opportunity to thank the entire technical committee for their valuable work. I am also thankful to the administration of Vidyasagar University and the Computer Center, helping us with all possible support towards organizing this event. Finally, I thank all the research scholars, students, and participants who have greatly helped us in organizing this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Before we wind up today's seminar, I wish to all the participants, let us sing together a national anthem, the tribute to our nation.
ও আচ্ছা লাইট গুলো আরো ভালো লাইট নাই
না না ঠিক আছে, এত সুন্দর গল্প ছলে বলা হয়েছে, খুব ভালো লাগছে।
এখনো তো পুরো ফিট হয়ে উঠিনি।
হ্যাঁ, বসে বসে শুনছিলাম। বই লিখতে পারো তো? হ্যাঁ,
I will request everybody to take your position. We'll start our national anthem. Jana Gana Mana
Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ রাখছি ঠিক আবার তো 28 তারিখে আছে একটা
হ্যাঁ দেখলাম
হ্যাঁ 28 তারিখে ওদের
28 তারিখ আছে দেখলাম কালকে দেখলাম
ফুড নিউট্রিশন এন্ড হেলথ ওইটাতে সব এগ্রিকালচারাল পলিসি
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
ওটা ফুড নিউট্রিশন এন্ড হেলথ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ভালো থাকো
হ্যাঁ থ্যাংক ইউ অল দ্য